How's it looking on the stream? With that light, need that light down.
Not too bad.
Do you want me to go up there and see how it looks? Look at this.
Everything okay?
Is it okay? Do I look okay? Okay, fine. That's all right. Don't need that light. Because last time I kept getting bloody headaches. Is that
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Time? 55. Just hop on someone first.
Yeah.
I'll grab myself one of your special coffees.
Yeah, alright.
How do you say to go and start?
In 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Do you need heating on?
I've done it, I've done it.
Oh, yeah. 2 minutes.
I watched it, what time is it?
I've got 10:58.
58.
I put it on this morning, obviously didn't want to do it. Aren't you agree? Don't say it. It's a ring. Right, we'll let you crack on and then me and Claire are going to sort of some point. Alright? Have fun.
Always do. I mean, look, I've got, what an audience. I mean, look at them all sat here.
But they've got some data box, so you're alright. You've got an online audience, I'm sure.
Online audience.
So we go.
1 minute.
Are you all right standing there,
I'm
sir?
fine, I have a bit short time anyway.
All right, okay. Okay. I'm not going to read the descriptions. Acorn.
Yeah. What one?
nearly there. Okay, we live? A very warm welcome to you all from RWB Auction Rooms for this marvellous sale of coins and tokens. And there's a change of auctioneers after 200 and again at 300, and Gareth will be taking us through to the end. Will be doing the middle section, and I'm Gordon, and I will be taking us through the first 200. I'm not going to read the descriptions as they are there, a lot of words, but we start at lot 1 as we always do, and I can start straight in on lot 1 with me at £40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2 now, at 42, 45 with me, that's 65, we're out now, easy live at 65, looking for 70, at £70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at £70, at £70, I'm selling it away at 70, at £70 to 613. Lot 2, again, we can come straight in, easy live at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at £110, selling it away at 110. 2560, lot 3, and we start straight in at £10, looking for 12, at 10, looking for 12, at £10, at £10, at £10, at £10, easy live 15 now, at 20 now, easy live at 20, looking for 2, at £20, looking for 2, at 25 now, easy live at 25, looking for 8, at 25, at 25, at £25, at £25, I'm selling it away at 25, bidding sir at 28 in the room now, at 28, 30 now, easy live at 2 sir, at £32 now in the room at 35 and 38, at £35, easy live at 40 now, looking for 2, at £40, at £40, looking for 2, at £40, at £40, I'm selling at £40 to 513. Lot 4, and we can start straight in with me on commission at £40 looking for 2, at £40, at £40 with me at 42, 45 with me on commission, at 45 looking for 8, at 45 looking for 8, 48 easy live now, commissions are out, at £50 looking for 5 now, at 55, 60 is the next bid, at 55, at 55, 60 is the next bid, at 55, at 55, 60 now, £60 just ahead of you sir, at 60 you bidding at 5, at £60 now, easy live, at £60, at £60, selling it away, no I'm not, at 65, at 65, 70 is the next bid, at £70 now looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at £70, at £70, selling it away at £70, £70, easy live, 589, good little battle there, number 5 now, and we can start straight in at 32, 35 with me on commission, at 35 with me on commission, at 40, 45 with me now looking for 8, at £45 looking for 8, at £45 on commission, 48 with easy lives, commissions are out, at 48, 50 is the next bid, at £50 to the sale room, at £50 over 5, easy live at 55, at £60 to the sale room now, at £60 over 5, 65, easy live, 70 is the next bid, in the room at 70 now, in the room at 70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at 75 is it easy live coming back sir, 75, 80, no, at 75 easy live, at £75, 80 now, easy live at 80, £80 here, going 5 sir? Yeah, 85. It's £80 at the moment. 85 in the room. At 85, 90 now, easy live. £90, one more. At £90, good try though. At £90, easy live, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at £90, selling at 90 to 618, easy live. Lot 6, and we can start straight in with me at £20, looking for 2 now. At 22, 25 with me, at 25, 28, 28 and 30 with me, at 32, 32, 35, 38, at 40, at 42, at 45 with me, looking for 8 now, 48 I'm out, at 48 looking for 50 now, at £48, at £48 in the room, 50 now, 55, easy live at 55, 60, easy live are coming at 60, just ahead sir, 65. at 65, in the room at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at £65, selling it away, in the room, at 65. Well done, sir, for your perseverance there. Keep bidding. At number 7 now, and we can start straight in at £10, looking for 12. Easy live at 10, looking for 12. At £10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, 12 now, easy live at 12, 15 I'm looking for. At £12, 15 I'm looking for, easy live at 12. 15 now, easy live, looking for 18. At £15, 18 I'm looking for. At £15, at £15, no more bids. At 18 now, easy live at 18. 20 now at £20, looking for 2. Easy live at 20, looking for 2. At £20, at £20, at 22 now. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, looking for 5. At 22, at 22, easy live, selling it away at 22 to 618. Lot 8. And we can start straight in at £15. At £15, 18 I'm looking for now. Easy live at 15, 18 now at easy live. At £18, 20 I'm looking for. At £18, at £18, at £18. No further bids. I'm selling it away at £18 to 618. Lot 9, and we can start straight in with me on commission at £25, looking for 8 now. At £25, that's 28, easy live, 28, 30 I'm looking for. £30 with the sale room. At £30, looking for 2 now, 32 in the room. At 32 in the room, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 35, easy live, coming back, sir. 38 now, in the room at 38, looking for 40 now. At £40 at 42. At 42 now, in the room at 42, looking for 5. At 42 at 45, easy live, coming back at 48. 48 now, in the room at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At £50, easy live at 55, no, shake of the head at £50, easy live. At £50 at £50. At £50, I'm selling it away at £50 to easy live to 589. Lot 10. And commissions are taken straight out, and we can start straight in at £85, 90 is the next bid. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, 90 now at £90, easy live, 5 I'm looking for. At £90, at £90, looking for 5. At 95, easy live, 100, rounded up to 100. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, selling it away, 618, 95. There we go, lot 11, and we can start straight in with me at 100 and 100, 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 with easy live, commissions are out at 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130 with easy live at 130. At £130. At £130 I'm selling, no I'm not, at 140 now. Easy live at 140, 150 is the next bid. At 150 now, easy live. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At 150 I'm selling it away at 150. At 150 to 618. Lot 12. And I can start straight in with me on commission at 110. At 110, 120 with the sale room. At 120 with the sale room, commissions around. At 140 now, easy live at 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140 with easy live, 150 I'm looking for now at 150, 160. At 160 with easy live, at 160, 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160 I'm selling it away at, no I'm not, at 170. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, at 170 pounds I'm selling at 170. At 170 to 618. Lot 13, and we can start straight in with me on commission at 85. At £85, that 90 now. At 90, 95, 95, 100, I'm looking for 100, 100, 110 with me on commission. It's with me, easy live. At 110 on commission, 120 is the next bid. at 120 now. I'm out. It's with Easy Live at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120 I'm selling it away. At £120. At 120, new buyer, 589. Lot 14, and we can start straight in at £48, 50 I'm looking at 70 now, with the sale room. At 70 with the sale room. At £70 with the sale room. At £70 with the sale room. It's showing Easy Live. 70 now, sale room. Looking for 5. Easy Live at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 now. 85 with Easy Live. At 85, 90 is the next bid. At 85, 90 now. At 95. At 95, Easy Live. 95, fill your boots. 100. 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95. 100. Is there 100? There isn't. At £95, 95 to 611, Easy Live. Lot 15, and we can start straight in with me at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50 on commission. At £50, at £50, looking for 5. At 55, 60 now with me on commission. At £60, at £60, looking for 5, 65 commissions around. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65. At 65, at 65. I'm selling it away at 65. At 65 to 510. Lot 16. There we go, we can start straight in with me on commission. I take Easy Live out, I start at £60, looking for 5. At £60 on commission, looking for 5. At 65, 70 with me. At £70 on commission, looking for 5. At £70 on commission. At £70, at £70, at £70, 80 now. 85 with me on commission. At 85, 90 is the next bid. £90 I'm out. At £90, at £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, I'm selling it away at £90 to 618. Lot 17, and we can start straight in. Easy Live at 45. At 45, looking for 8. At 48, 55 now. At £60, Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. In the room at 65. In the room at 65, Easy Live at 70, coming back with 5, sir. At 75 in the room. At 75 in the room, looking for 80 now. At 75 in the room. At 75, 85 now. They've jumped at 85, 90, sir. £90 in the room. At 90, looking for 5. At 95 now. At 95, 100, sir. At 100 in the room. At 100, looking for 10. At 100, looking for 10. At 110, Easy Live. 120, sir. No, at 110. At £110, I'm selling it away at 110. At 110 to 618. Lot 18, and we can start straight in. Takes commissions out at Easy Live at 22. At 22, looking for 5. At 28, 30 now. At 32, looking for 5. At Easy Live at 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32. At 32, at 32. In the room at 35 now. At 35, at 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. So at 35, at 35. At 35, in the room at 35, selling it away. In the room at 35. You've got one, sir. 119. Well done. Keep going. Lot 19. And we can start straight in. At £60, Easy Live, looking for 5. At 65, Easy Live, 70 is the next bid. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £70, 75 now. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 75. At 75, 80 now, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80. I'm selling at 80. £80 to 618. Lot 20, and commissions around. I can start straight in with Easy Live at 48. Fill your boots at 50 now. At 55, Easy Live. At 60 now, 65. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, 75. At £80, Easy Live. At 80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. Easy Live at 85 now. At 95, at 95, 100. With Easy Live at 100, 110 I'm looking for. Now it's 110. Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110. At £110 I'm selling. At 110 to 618. Having a good day. Lot 21. 21, and I can start at £30, easy live, no, at 32. At 32, looking for 5, at 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8, at 38, next bid's 40. Easy live at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, at 38, at 38, I'm selling it away at 38. 38 to easy live, 557. At 22, and I can start straight in at 22 with easy live, 25, looking for 8 now. Easy live at 25, looking for 8. At 25, at 25, looking for 8. At 25, at 25. At £25, I'm selling it away at 28. No, I'm not. Looking for 30 now. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At £30 at 32 now. Easy live at 32, looking for 5. At 35 at 38. At 38 at 38, 40 is the next bid. At 38 at 38. At £38, at 40 now, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40, selling it away. At £40. At 40 to 557, lot 23, and we can start straight in with easy live at 170, 180 I'm looking for, at 170, 180, 190 now, easy live at 190, feel your boots at 200, 220 now, at 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 240 now, easy live at 240, 260 I'm looking for, at 240, at 240, at 240, last time of asking, at 240 to 618, easy live. Lot 24, and we start straight in at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 110, 130 now, easy live at 130, at 160 now, easy live at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, at 160, at 160 £160, 160 to 557. Lot 25. And we start straight in at £32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 35, 38 now, easy live at 38. 40 now, at £40 at 42. At 42, easy live, looking for 5 at 45. At 45, at 45, looking for 8, easy live at 45. At 45, at 48, easy live at 50 now. At £50 at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At 55 now, looking for 60. At £60, easy live at 60, looking for 5. At £60 at £60. At £60 at £60. Selling it away at £60. £60, 618. Lot 26, and we can start straight in. At 55, easy live, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 60 now, at £60, looking for 5. At £60 at £60, looking for 5, easy live at 65 now. At £70, easy live at 70. At 75, 80 is the next bid. At 80 now, at £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80 at £80. At 85 at 85 now. At £90 at 95. At 95 at 95. 100 I'm looking for. Fill your boots. Fill your boots, yep, at 110 now. Easy live now, 120. Battle going on between two. At 120, 130 now. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130, at 130. Easy live, selling at 130. At 130 to 571. Good battle, gents. Lot 27, all ladies. Lot 27, and we start straight in at £20, looking for 2 at easy live. At £20 at £20, looking for 2. At £20 at £20, at 22 now in the room at 22, looking for 5. In the room at 22, looking for 5 now. At 25, easy live, coming back, sir. 28 now in the room at 28. 30 I'm looking for. At 28, at 28, at £28. All your biddies are out at £28 in the room. Oh, I've got to keep going. It was right on the hammer. I am so sorry. It's easy live at 30. Go 32. At 32, thank you. I did see the bid. At 32 in the room. A little quicker, please. At 32, at 32, at 32, selling. At 32, this time it hammers down at 138 in the room. Lot 28, and we can start straight in at Easy Live. I'm going to let them run. Easy Live at £80 now. At £80, at £80, give me 5. At £80, at £80, give me 5. At Easy Live at 80. At Easy Live at 80. At £80, at £80, selling at £80. £80 to 606. Lot 29 and Easy Live are in at 85, at 85, at 85. At 85, at 85. 90 with me. £90 with me on commission. 95, 100 with me on commission at 100, 110 I'm out. Easy Live at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110. At £110. You're all out at 110. 110 to 588. Lot 30. And we start straight in. Easy Live at 85. At 85, at 85. At 95, at 95. Feel your boots 100. Yep, at 110 now. Easy Live at 110. At 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. Easy Live now, 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. 130, Easy Live at 140. At 140, 150 now at 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 now. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 180, 190 at 200 now. At 200 with Easy Live. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200. At 200. At £200 I'm selling. At 200 to 571. Lot 31. At lot 31, and we can start straight in at £110 with Easy Live. 120 I'm looking for. At 110. 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 now. At 130, 140 with Easy Live. 150 now. At 150, 160, 160. At 160 now. At 160 with Easy Live. 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160. At £160 I'm selling. At 160 to 510. Lot 32, and we can start straight in at £110 with Easy Live now. At 120, 130, 140. At 150 now. At 150, 160 is the next bid. At 160, 170 now. At 180, 180, 190. Fill your boots. 200. Do we see 200? 200 we do. At 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. Good battle list. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, at 220 I'm selling at 220. At 220 to 611. Lot 33. And we can start straight in at £60 with Easy Live, looking for 5 now. At 65, 70, 80 now. At £80, at £80, looking for 5 at 90 now. At 95, 100. At 110, at 120, at 120 with Easy Live. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 130 now, 140. At 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150, at £150. At 150 to 611. Lot 34, and we can start straight in. Easy Live at 95. At 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95, 100 now. At 110 with Easy Live. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 120, 130. At 140 now. At 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150 with Easy Live. At 150, at 150 I'm selling it away at 150. At 150 to 630. Lot 35, and we start straight in. At 95, at 95, 100's the next bid. At 95, 100 with Easy Live. At 100, 110. At 110, 120 now. At 130. At 130 with Easy Live. At 140. At 150 now. Good battle at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 now. Easy Live. At 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at £160. At 160 to 510. Lot 36, and we start straight in at £110 with Easy Live. At 110, 120, I'm looking for now at 120 with Easy Live. At 120, 130, at 130, 140, do I see 140? At 130, at 130, at £130, no I'm not, it's at 140. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, at 140 I give you time to think at £140. At 140 to 630. Lot 37, and we start straight in. Easy Live at 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100, 110, 120, 130, at 140 now, 150, good battle at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150, at 160 now, 170, at 170 with Easy Live, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, at 170, at £170, at 170 to 627. Lot 38, and we start straight in at 130 with Easy Live at 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 140 now at 160, the battle's on at 180 now. At 190, do I see 200? Do I see 200? At 190, it's only one more bid and it's yours at 200. At £190, at £190, I'm selling it away. At 200, there you go, that did the trick at 200. At £200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, selling. At 200 to 627. Good battle on the internet, thank you, keep it going. Lot 39, we can start with Easy Live at 65, 75 now. At 75, 80, Easy Live at 80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80. At 85, 95 now. At 100, at 100, 110, 110. Do I see 120? At 110. At 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120, at £120. At 130, it's on the hammer. I'm leaving it open. It's at 140 now with Easy Live. I saw the bid come in. It's still live at 140 with Easy Live. 150 is the next bid. At 140. At 140. I'm selling now at 140. You had your chance. At 140 to 589. New bidder. Lot 40. And we start straight in. At £70, Easy Live, looking for 5. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At £80, at £80. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, Easy Live at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5, Easy Live at 90. Looking for 5 now. At 95, Easy Live at 95. Do I see 100? I do indeed. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 now. At 110 with Easy Live. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110 I'm selling at 110. At 110 to 630. Lot 41. Lot 41. And we start straight in at 65, at 65, Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £80 now, at £80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5, at £80 at £80. At £80 at £80, I'm selling it away at £80. £80 to 611. Lot 42. At 42, Easy Live at 65. At 65, at 65. At 65, Easy Live at 65, 75 now. Easy Live at 75, 85 now. 2 bidders. At 85, 85, 90 I'm looking for. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90. I'm selling at £90. 95, no I'm not. At 95. At 95. Make it 100. Yes, we have. 100. Do I see 110? At 100. At 100. Do I see 110? At £100. At 100. I'm selling at 100 to 630. Lot 43. And we can start straight in. Easy Live at 55, at 55. Do I see 60? At 65 now. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65, 65, 75, 75, 80 now, easy live at 80. At £80, at £80, a good 5. At 85, at 85, 90 now. At £90, at 95. At 95, 100, yes, at 100, looking for 10. At 100, looking for 10. At 100, at 100, at £100, good battle at 100. At 100 to 627, lot 44, and we can start straight in at 140 with easy live. At 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160 with easy live. At 170, at 180, at 190, 200, the magic mark at 200. 220 I'm looking for at 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, at £220, selling at 220. No, I'm not. It's at 240. Give you time. 260 do I see. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240. At £240. They've all had their bid. At 240, 2611. Lot 45, and we start straight in, easy live at 55. At 55, at 55, 65, 80 now. At 85, at 85, easy live at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, selling it away at 90 now. No, I'm not. At 95, at 95. Do I see that 100? Do I see 100? At 95, at 95. At 95, at 95. Selling at 95. 95 to 611, lot 46, and we start straight in. At £70, at £70, at 75, 85, easy live 90, at 95, 100, easy live 100, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, at 110 now, at 120, 120, 130 I'm looking for, with easy live at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 130 now, at 130, 140 is the next bid. At 130, at 130, no I'm not. At 140, do I see 150? At easy live at 140, at 140, at 140, I'm selling now. At 140 to 611, lot 47, we start at 55, at 55, easy live. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60 now at 70. At £70 at 75. Easy live at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At £80 at £80, looking for 5. At £80 at £80, 85 now. At £90 looking for 5. At £90 looking for 5. At £90 at £90, at £90, saying at 90. £90 to 611. He's on a roll. Lot 48, and we start at 55. Easy live at 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. Easy live at 55. At 65 now. At £70. At £70 looking for 5. Easy live at 70 looking for 5. At £70 at £70. I'm selling it away. At 75 now to the sell room, thank you. At 75, he's come alive with the sell room. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, with the sell room, at £75, he's going to get to give me a number. At 75.
SR 1591418.
Thank you very much. You've woken up. Lot 49, and we start straight in. At 120 with easy live. At 140, 150 now. Is there 160? At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At 150. At £150 with easy live. Selling at 150. At 150. Buyer 572. Lot 50. There we go, starting straight in, easy live at 75, at £90 at 95, do I see 100? I do, at 110 now, easy live at 110, 120 now, at 130, 130, 140, at 150 now, at 160, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, 180 now, easy live at 180, 190 I'm looking for, at 180, at 180, at 180, at 180 to 510. Lot 51. There we go, 51. We start straight in at £55. At 55, do I see 60? At 55, at 55, 60, I'm looking for 65 now, easy live at 70. At £70, looking for 5. At 75, at 75, 80, I'm looking for. At £75, 80, I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at £75, I'm selling. At 75, 75 to 510. Lot 52, and we can start straight in at 65, 75, 85, 90 now at 95. At 95, do we see 100 with easy live? At 100 now. At 100, 110 now. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110. At £110 with easy live. Selling it away at 110. 1102,556. Lot 53, we start straight in at 55, easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, 65 now. At 65, 2 people bidding. At 85, 90 now. At £90, easy live at 100. Do I see 110? At 100 with easy live. At 100. At 100. At £100. I'm selling it away at £100. At 100 to 510. Lot 54. And we can start straight in at 55 at 55. At 55 at 55, 65 now. At £70, easy live at 70, looking for 5. At 75, at 80 now, 2 people. At 85, 85, 90 is the next bid. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, at £90, at 95. At 95, fill it up to 100. Do I see 100? At 95. At 95. At 95. I'm selling just short, but at £95. 95 to easy live 510. Lot 55, and I can start straight in at 110. At 110, 120, 130 now. At 130, 140. At 140, 150. I'm looking for now at 150 with easy live at 160. At 160, 170. I'm looking for. At 160. Don't miss a chance. Have another bid. At 160, 170. I'm looking for with easy live. At 170. There we go. 2 more bids. It's now at 180. At 180, do I see 190? At 180, 190, I'm looking for. At £180, at £180, I'm selling and away. At 180 to 510, good battle on the internet. Lot 56, we start straight in at 65. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 75 now. At 75, at 85, easy live at 85. At £90 now. At £90, looking for 5. At 95, do I see 100? I do. At 110 now. At 120 with easy live at 130, 140, 2 people. At 140, 150 now. At 160, at 160, 170 now, at 180, at 180, do I see 190, at 180, at 180, at £180, I'm selling at 180, at 180 to 571, lot 57. And we start straight in at £50 with easy live. At £50, it could be 5. At £50, it could be 5. At £50, at £50. At 55. At 55, do I see 60? At 55, easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At 55, I'm selling it away at 55. At 55 to 627. Lot 58. And easy live at 75, at 85, at 85. I have 110, I'm out now, commissions are out. It's at 150, 170 now, easy live. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, at 170, at £170, easy live at 170. At 170, 2588. lot 59, and we start at 55 with Easy Live. 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 65 now, at 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at £75, at 80 now, at 85, at 90, at 5, at 95, 100 I'm looking for, 110 now, at 120 with Easy Live, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 140 now, good battle, at 140, do I see 150, at 140, at 140 I'm selling it away to Easy Live at 140, at 140 to 510, lot 60, and we can start straight in. At £70 with Easy Live. At £70 at 75 now. Easy Live at 80. At 85, at 85. Do I see 90? At 85. At 85. At 85. At £85. I'm selling at 90 now. No, I'm not. At £90. Do I see 5? At 95. At 95. Do I see 100? At 95. At 95. At £95. I'm selling it away. 95 to 630, lot 61, and we can start straight in at £65. At 65, at 65, look for 70, Easy Live at 65, at 65, 75 now, at £80, at £80, looking for 5, Easy Live at 80, looking for 5, at £80, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90 now, at 95, at 95, 100, do I see 110, at 100, at 100, at 100, at £100, I'm selling it away at 100, at 100 to 510, lot 62, and we start straight in, at £50 with Easy Live, at £50, at £50, looking for 5, at £50, looking for 5, at £50, at 55 now, at 55, at 55, do I see 60? At 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 60 now, looking for 5, Easy Live at 65, at 65, 70 now, at £70, at £70, looking for 5, at £70, 75 now, at 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, at £75, I'm selling it away at 75, 75 to 510, lot 63, and we can start straight in with Easy Live at 95, at 110 now, at 130, at 130 with Easy Live, 140 I'm looking for, at 140 now, at 140, at 140, 150, 160, 170 now, 180 is the next number at 180, 190 do I see, at 180, at 180, 190, 200, magic number, at 200, 220 I'm looking for, at 200, at 200, at 220 now, at 220, 240 now, do I see 240, at 220, don't let this get away, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, at 220, good battle, 510, lot 64, and we start straight in at 100, at £100, 110, 130 now, at 130, do I see 140 with Easy Live, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, at 130, at £130, at 130 to 556, lot 65, and we start straight in at 85 with Easy Live, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, at 95 now, at 120, 130, at 130, good battle at 130, is there 140? Do I see 140? At 130, at 130, I'm selling at 130, 130 with Easy Live, 556, lot 66. I have a commission bid, but it's well gone. We start with Easy Live at 65, at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 75, at 95 now, at 95, 130, Easy Live at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 150 now, at 150, do I see 160? At 150, at 150, at £150, I'm selling it away at 150, at 150 to 588, Lot 67, and we start straight in at £40 at £40, looking for 2. At 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 45 at 45, looking for 8 at 48. At £50 at 55, 60 now. Easy Live at 60. At £70, Easy Live at 70. Do I see 5? Easy Live at 70, looking for 5 at £70 at £70. At £70, at 75 now. At 75, 80 is the next bid. At 75 at 75, at £75, I'm selling it away at 75. 75 to 510. Lot 68 and £40 the bid. Easy Live at 40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. Easy Live at 40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40 at £40. At £40. Opening bid at £40. 40 to 506. Lot 68, 69, sorry, I've just sold 68. And we start straight in at £42. At £42, looking for 5. At 42 at 50 now. Easy Live at 50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50 at £50. At 55, Easy Live at 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55. At 55. At £55. I'm selling it away at 55. 55. Welcome back. 611. Lot 70. Easy Live at £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40, looking for 2. At £40 at £40. At £40 at 42 now. At 42, looking for 5. Easy Live at 42, looking for 5. At 45, 45, looking for 8. At 48, at 50 now, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50 at 55. At 55, 60 now. At £60 at £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 60, at 60, at £60, I'm selling at £60. £60 to 628. Lot 71. Lot 71, and we start at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. Easy Live at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42. At 45, in the room. In the room at 45, looking for 8 now. At 45. At 45, in the room at 45, looking for 8. At 45, at 45, selling to the room at 45. 45 to 138. Lot 72. And we start straight in at 110 with Easy Live at 130 now. Easy Live at 130. Do I see 140? At 140 now. 150 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 now. Do I see 160? I have. At 160, 170 is the next bid. At 160. At 160. At £160. At 160 to 628. Lot 73, and we start straight in at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, at 38, at 42, at 48. At 55 now. At 55, 60 now, looking for 5. At £60, 65. Easy Live at 65. Do I see 70? At 65. At 65. At £65, I'm selling it away at 65. 65 to 510. Lot 74, and we can start at 42, 42, Easy Live, looking for 5 now. At 42, at 42. At 42, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 48 now. At 48, fill it up to 50 now. At 55, 60. At £60, looking for 5, 65. Easy Live at 65. At £70, at 75 now. There's a battle at 80. £80, looking for 5. Easy Live at 85 now. At £90, looking for 5 at 95. At 100 with Easy Live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for now at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at £110. At 110 to 571. Lot 75, and we start straight in at 65, at £80, 85 now, Easy Live at 85, 90 I'm looking for. Come on, sell room, get in there and bid. 85, 85, 90 I'm looking for. It's all Easy Live at the moment. At 85, at 85, 90 now, Easy Live at 90. At £90, at £90, 95. At 95, at 95, 100 Easy Live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100, at £100 I'm selling at £100. at 100 to 510. Lot 76, and we start at 95 with Easy Live. At 95, at 100, 110, I'm looking for now at 110. Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at 110 pounds at 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120 I'm selling at 120. At 120 to 510. Lot 77, and we start straight in at £90 with Easy Live. At £90, at £90, we're 5 at 95 now. Make it 100. 100, there we go, at 110 now with Easy Live at 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120. At 120. At £120 with 30. 130 now with Easy Live. 140 with Easy Live. At 150 with Easy Live. At 160 now. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160 I'm selling. No, I'm not. At 170 with Easy Live. Good battle. Make it 180. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170. At 170 I'm selling at 180 now. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 180 I'm selling it away at 180. There you go, 180 to 510. Lot 78. And we start straight in at 65. At 75 now, Easy Live at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 85 now. At 85 at 85. At 85 at 85. At 85 at 85, looking for 90. At £85. At £85, I'm selling it away at £80. £80 to £85, sorry, correction to 628. 85, lot 79, and we start straight in. Easy Live at 55. At 55, 80 now. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. Easy Live at 80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80, 85 now. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85. At 85, at £85, selling at 85. 85 to 618. Lot 80, and we start straight in. At £42 with Easy Live, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, at 48 now. At 55 with Easy Live. At 55, 65 now. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 65, 70 now. Easy Live at 70, looking for 5. At £70. At £70. At £70, I'm selling it away at 75. No, I'm not. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, at £75, I am selling now at 75. At 75 to 575. Lot 81. 81, we start at 42 with Easy Live, 42, looking for 5. At 48 now, at 60 now, Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, at £60, selling at £60. At 60 to 628, lot 82, and we start straight in. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 38, at 42, at 48. At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 55 now. Easy Live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At £60, looking for 5. Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60. At £60, at £60, 65. Sell room, woken up. At 65 at last. Easy Live at 70. At £70, Easy Live now. At £70, at £70. At least you're on the ball, Will.
Yeah, well.
At £70, looking for 5. Falling asleep there. At £70, looking for 5. Easy Live at 70. At £70, I'm selling at £70. With Easy Live to 571. Keep going with the sale room, you might get one. At 83 now, lot 83, we start at £18. Easy Live at 18, at 28, 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 38 now, at 38, at 48, 55 now, at 55, at 55 with Easy Live. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At £55, at 60 now with Easy Live. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, selling it away at 60. £60 to 510. Lot 84, and we start straight in at 38, at 48, at £60, 65, Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, at 65, at £65, at £65 I'm selling at 65. 65 to 630, lot 85. And we start straight in at £90, at £90 looking for 5, at £90 looking for 5, at 100, 120 now, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, Easy Live at 120, at 120, at 130 now, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, at 130 I'm selling it away at 130, at 130 to 556. Lot 86, and we start straight in at £32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 at 38, 42 now, at 48 at 48, 55, at 55 at 55, Easy Live at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 55, at £55 I'm selling it away at 55, 55 to 588, lot 87. And we start straight in at £55, 60 I'm looking for, at 60 now looking for 5, Easy Live at 60 looking for 5, at £60 at £60, at £60 at £60, 65 in the room at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, at £65 I'm selling it away at 65, 65 to 138 in the room, lot 88, and we start straight in at £42 looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, at 42 looking for 5, at 55, at 60 now, Easy Live at 60 looking for 5, at 65, Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, at 65 at 65, I'm selling it away at £65, 65 to 630, lot 89, and we start straight in at £60, 65 now, Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, at 65 at 65, at £70 now, at £70 looking for 5 at 75, Easy Live at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, at £75, selling it away at 75, 75 to 556, lot 90, and we start straight in at £65 with Easy Live, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, 70 now, at 75, 80 now, at £80 Easy Live, looking for 5 at 85, at 85 at 85, Easy Live at 85, 90 is the next bid, at 85, at 85, at £85 I'm selling at 85, 85 to 510, lot 91, and 2 commission bids here, and we can start straight in on commission at £70. At £70 looking for 5, on commission at 70, 75, 80 with me, at £80 with me, 85, 90 with me, at £90 at 95, 95, 100, 110 with me, the next bid is 120, at 110 with me, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 110, at 110, at £110 I'm selling it away at £110, at 110 to buyer 2098, lot 92, and lot 92 we start at 32 looking for 5, at 38 42 now, at £50 looking for 5, at 55 now, at 55 60 I'm looking for, at £60 looking for 5, at 65 70 is the next bid, at 75 Easy Live at 80 now, at 85, at 85, at 85 with Easy Live looking for 90 now, at 85 at 85, at 85 at 85 I'm selling it away at 85, 85, 2563, lot 93, and we start straight in at 55. At 55, look for 60 now, easy live at 55, 60 is the next bid. At 55, at 55, at 55. At £55, at 65 now, at 65, looking for 70, at 65, at 65, at £65, at 75 now, at 75, at 85, at 95, at 110, 130 with easy live, at 130, 140 now, at 140, at 140, at £140. At 140 to 571, lot 94, and we start straight in at 55, 60 I'm looking for. Easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at 55, at 55, at £55, at £55, at 55 I'm selling. 55 to 588, lot 95, then we start straight in at 110. At 120 now, at 120, 130, easy live at 150 now, at 150, 160, 170, at 180, 190, 200, do I see 200? Go on, get in there at 200 I'm looking for. At 190, at 190, one more bid, we'll make it 200. At £190, at 190, 190 to 628. Lot 96, and we start at 28. At £28, do I see 30? At 32 now, at 32, at 32, at 32, at £32, at £38, at 40 now, at 42, looking for 5, at 45, looking for 8, at 48, 50 is the next bid. At 48, at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At £48, at £48, at £48. 48 to 510, lot 97, and we start straight in at 65, at 75 with easy live, at 85, at 85, at 100 with easy live, at 110 now, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 110, 120 with easy live, at 120, at 120, at £120. 120 to 563, lot 98, and we start straight in at £60 with easy live, at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at £60 at 65, at 65 at 70, at £70 looking for 5, at 75 now, at 80 with easy live, at 85, at 90 now, at £90, at £90 looking for 5, at 95, fill your boots, 100, do I see 100, at 95, at 95, at 95, at 95, no I don't, at 95, selling it away, 95 to 556, lot 99, and we start at 85, 95, 100, at 110 now with easy live, at 110, 120 now, at 120, 130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, at 130 I'm selling it away, at 140 no I'm not, at 140, at £140 with easy live, selling it away, at 140, 140 to 628, lot 100, and we start at 38, at 42, at 48, at 55, 60 now, at 65, at 65 with easy live, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, at 65, at £65 I'm selling at 65, 65 to 563. Wow, quick slurp. Right, lot 101, and we start straight in with easy live, at £70, at £70 looking for 5, at £70 looking for 5, at £70, at £70, at £70, I'm selling at 70, 557, lot 102, And we start straight in at 160, at 160, 170 now with Easy Live at 180, at 180, 190 I'm looking for, at 180, at 180, at 180 pounds I'm selling at 180, 180, 2557, lot 103. Commissions are out. We start with Easy Live at 130. At 130, do I see 140? At 130 with Easy Live, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130, at 130 pounds I'm selling at 130. 130, 2569. Lot 104, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 28. At 28, 30 I'm looking for. At 28, at 28, 30 now at 32. Easy Live at 32, 35, 38. At 38, 40 now at 42, looking for 5. At 45, at 48, do I see 50? At 50 pounds, looking for 5 at 55, 60 now. At 70 pounds, Easy Live. At 75, Easy Live. At 75, at 75, at 75 pounds. 75 to 563. Lot 105, and we start at 50 pounds. At 50 pounds with Easy Live. At 50 pounds with 555 now. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at 55 pounds I'm selling it away at 55. 55 to 510. Welcome back. Lot 106. And we start straight in at 85, 90 now with Easy Live. At 90 pounds, looking for 5. At 90 pounds, 95 now, 100. Do I see 110? Easy Live at 100. At 100. At 100. At 110 now. At 110, 120 is the next bid. At 110. At 110 pounds, I'm selling it away. 110 to 510. Lot 107, we start straight in with Easy Live at 90, looking for 5 now. At 90 pounds, at 100, at 110, at 110 with Easy Live, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 now. At 130, at 130 do I see 140? At 130, at 130, at 130 pounds I'm selling it away. At 130. At 130 to 510, lot 108. And we start at 75. At 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 8, 95, 100, 110 with Easy Live. At 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at 110 pounds. 2556. Lot 109, we start at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 38, at 42. At 45, 55, I come back to you at 75. No, at 70 pounds, Easy Live. At 70 pounds, looking for 5. At 75, Easy Live. 80, I'm looking for now. At 80 pounds, looking for 5. At 80 pounds, at 80 pounds. At 80 pounds, I'm selling it away at 80 pounds. 80 pounds to 563. Lot 110, we start straight in at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, 40 I'm looking for. Easy Live, 42 now. At 48, do I see 50? At 48, 50 I'm looking for. At 48, 55 now. 55, 60 now, 65. No, at 65, 65 with Easy Live. At 65 with Easy Live, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65. At 65 pounds, selling at 65. 65 to 571. Lot 111, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 85. At 85, 90 now, 95, do I see 100? At 95. At 95 with Easy Live. At 95, 100 now. At 110, at 110 with Easy Live. 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120 pounds, at the time at 120. 120, 2510, lot 112, and we start straight in at 42, looking for 5 now, easy live at 42, looking for 5 at 48 now, at 55, 60 now at 65, at 65, easy live at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65 at 65, 70 in the room at 70, 75, easy live, you're coming back at 80 pounds in the room, at 85, easy live, at 85, Billy? No, at 85, easy live, at 85, at 85 pounds, I'm selling it away at 85, 85 to 571, lot 113, and we start straight in at 42 pounds, looking for 5, at 48 now, at 48, do I see 50, at 50 pounds, at 55, at 60 pounds, easy live at 60, looking for 5, at 60 pounds, looking for 5, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, I'm selling at 60 to 575, lot 114, and we start at 30 pounds, looking for 2, at 30 pounds, looking for 2 now, at 30 pounds, looking for 2, at 30 pounds, easy live at 30, looking for 2, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, at 30 pounds, at 30, 32, 35, bids are coming in, 35 in the room, at 35 in the room, at 35, at 35, 38, easy live 40, at 40 pounds now, in the room, looking for 2, at 40 pounds, looking for 2, in the room at 40, at 40 pounds, I'm selling it away, 40, 138, yeah. Lovely, thank you. Lot 115, and we start straight in at 130, 140 now with easy live, at 150, at 150, 160 I'm looking for, at 150, 160 now, at 160, at 160, at 170, 180 with easy live, at 180, do I see 190, do I see 190, do I see 190, I do I see 200, the magic mark, do I see 200, at 190, at 190, at 190 pounds, 190 to 510, lot 116, and we start straight in at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, at 48 now, at easy live 55, at 75, at 85, and never mind, Will, bit quicker, at 95, easy live at 95, 100, at 100 with easy live, at 100, 110, do I see 120, at 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for at 110 pounds, 110, 638, lot 117, and we start straight in at 55, at 55, at 55, number 60, at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55 pounds, I'm selling it away at 60 now, at 60 pounds, looking for 5, easy live at 60, looking for 5, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, 60 pounds to 575, lot 118, and we start at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, at 32, looking for 5, at 35 in the room at 35, 38, 40, at 40 pounds in the room, head of the internet, at 40 pounds in the room, looking for 2, at 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, I'm selling it away at 40, 138, lot 119, and we start straight in at 90 pounds, looking for 5, at 90 pounds, looking for 5, at 90 pounds, at 90 pounds, looking for 5, at 90 pounds, at 90 pounds, 95, 100 now, at 100, 110 I'm looking for, easy live at 100, at 100, at 100, at 100 pounds, at 100 to 588, lot 120, and we start straight in at easy live at 130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, at 130, at 130 pounds, opening bid at 130, at 130 to 569, lot 121, And we start straight in. At 32, 38, 42, 48, 55. At Easy Live at 55. At 55 at 55. 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. At 65 now. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £65. At £65 I'm selling it away. At 65. 65 2588. Lot 122. We start straight in at £22. Looking for 5 now. At 22, at 28 now, at 28 at 38 2 with Easy Live at 32, looking for 5 at 38 now, at 38 40 I'm looking for, Easy Live at 38, 40 now, in the room at 40, 42 with Easy Live, coming back at 45 in the room at 45, in the room at 45, looking for 8, at 45 at 45, I'm selling it away in the room, 45, 138, lot 123. And we start straight in at £32 with Easy Live. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32. At 32, at 32. At £32. At 32, at 38 now. At £38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, at £38. 38 2588, lot 124, and we start straight in. Easy Live at 75, at 75 80 now, at £90, at £90 looking for 5, at £90, at 100 now, at 100 110 I'm looking for, at 100, at 100, at £100 I'm selling it away at 100. 100 2556, lot 125, and we start straight in at 110 with Easy Live. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 120 now with Easy Live at 120, 130 I'm looking for. 130. With the cell room, there we go. At 130, it's with the cell room. At 140 now with Easy Live. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. Is the cell room coming back? At 150 with the cell room. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, I'm selling to the cell room. Hurrah! At 150.
SR 212136.
Well done, Will. Just got to wait another 50 lots.
Yeah.
Lot 126, and we start straight in at £85 with Easy Live. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. It's at 95 now at 110 with Easy Live. At 120, at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120, at £120 I'm selling it away. At 120, at 120 2510, welcome back. Lot 127, and we start straight in. Easy Live at 55. At 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. At 55 at 55. At 65 at 65, Easy Live at 75 now. At 75, 85 now. At 85 at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at £85, I'm selling it away at 95. At 95, make it 100. Do I see 100? At 95. At 95, I'm selling it away at 95. 95 2588. Lot 128. And we start at £28 with Easy Live. At 28.30 I'm looking for. At 28.30 I'm looking for. At 28, at 32 now. At 32 looking for 5. At 38 looking for 40. At 42 at 42 looking for 5. At 45 at 45 looking for 8. At 48 50 I'm looking for. At 48 with Easy Live at 48 50 I'm looking for. At £48. At £48 I'm selling it away at 48. At 48 to 510, lot 129, and we start at 65, 75, 85, 90 now. At £90, at £90, looking for 5. At £90, Easy Live, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at 95 now. At 95, 100, I'm looking for. At £95, I'm selling it away at 95. 95 to 510. Lot 130, and we start straight in. At £65 with Easy Live. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 75, at 85, 95, 130, 150, 160 with Easy Live. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160 I'm selling away. At £160. At 160 to 571, lot 131, and we start straight in. At £65, at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, looking for 70, Easy Live at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65, at £65, at 65, opening bid at £65, I'm selling away. 65 to 588, lot 132, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, looking for 5. Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, at £60, I'm selling away at £60. 60 to 572, lot 133, commission bids with me, and I have to start at £70, looking for 5, 75, 80 with me, at 85, 90 with me, at 95, 100 with me, at 110 I'm out, at 110 with Easy Live, at 110, 120 I'm looking for, at 110, at 110, at £110 I'm selling it away, at 120, no I'm not, at 120 do I see 130, at 120, at 120, at £120, 120 to 618, lot 134, and the auto bids take out the commission, and we start with Easy Live at 150. At 150, do I see 160? At 150, at 160 now with Easy Live at 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160, at £160. 160 to 510. You're my favourite bidder. At 135, and we start now with Easy Live at 55. At 55, do I see 60? I see 95, 100, 110 with Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120 I'm selling it away. At 120, 120 to 611. Lot 136, and we start straight in. At £32 with Easy Live, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32. At 38, at 38, 40 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 42, at 48. At 55, at 55. At 55, Easy Live, 60 I'm looking for. At 55. At 65 now. At 65, at 65. 70 I'm looking for. At £65. At £65 I'm selling it away. At 65. 65 to 588. Lot 137. And we start at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 38, at 42, at 40, 55. At 55, at 55, Easy Live. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At 55, at 55, I'm selling it away at 55. 55 to 588. Lot 138, and we start at 32. At 32, Easy Live at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 38. At 42, at 45. At 48. At 48 with Easy Live at 50 now. At £50 at 55. At 50 looking for 5. At £50 looking for 5. At £50 at £50. Selling it away at 50. At 50 to 510. My favourite bidder. At 139. And we start at 100. At 110 with Easy Live. At 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120, at £120. 120 to 557. Lot 140, and we start straight in at 150 with Easy Live. At 150, 160 now. At 160, 170. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 180 now. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 180. At 180 pounds on 190. Make it 200. One more bid at 190. At 190. At 190. At 190 pounds to my favourite bidder of the day. 190. Buyer 510. Lot 141. Lot 141. And I start on the auto bids, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 65, 75 now. At 75, 75. At 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75. At 75 pounds with Easy Live at 75. 75. 2588. Lot 142. And we start straight in at £50 over 5. At £50 with Easy Live. At £50 at £50 over 5. At £50 over 5. At £50. At £50. At £50. I'm selling it away. No further bids. At £50. 2572. Lot 143. Lot 143.
I reckon if anyone wants to put orders before, I need to get done this now.
One.
Hang on, sorry, Gordon. That's perfect, sorry. Thank
That's
you.
okay. Lot 143. Can't always be good at everything. There we go. At 143 I'm looking for. 143. 142 is on my screen.
Yeah, hold on.
Lot 143, and we start with Easy Live at 65. Easy at Live at 85 now. At £90 over 5. At £90 over 5 with Easy Live at 95 now. At 100, 100, 110. Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110, at 110 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away to my bidder, 510. 510, lot 144, we start straight in at £50 over 5. Easy Live at 55 now. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. At 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55. At 55, 60 now. At £60 at £60 with Easy Live at 65. At 65 at 65. At 65, 70 now. At £70 over 5. At £70 over 5. At £70 at £70. At 75. At 75. 75 with Easy Live. At £75 with Easy Live. At £75 at 75. And guess what? 510. There we go. 145. And we start straight in with me on commission at £60. On commission at 60, at 65, 70 with me. At 75, 80 with me. At 85, 90 with me. At £90, at 95, 100 with me. At 100 with me. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, at 100, at £100 you've had your chance. I'm selling at 100. On commission to 2098. Lot 146. And we start at 48, 55, 65 now. At 65, 75, Easy Live at 85. At £90 at 95. I'm looking for 100. Give me the number. At 100 I'm looking for. At 95 at 95. At 95. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At £95, selling it away. 95 to 571. Lot 147. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 80, at 100, 110, at 110, 120 now. With Easy Live at 130, do I see 140, 140 I do. 150 I'm looking for. At 140, at 140, at £140, selling it away. At 140, at 140 with Easy Live, 557. Lot 148, so we start straight in with Easy Live at 65. At 65 at 65. At 65 at 65, 75 now with Easy Live at 85. At 85 at 85. At 95, 95. Make it 100. We've got 110. with Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at 110 I'm selling it away. At 110, 2588. Lot 149 and we start straight in. At 120 with Easy Live. At 120, at 120, at 120 pounds with Easy Live. At 120, at 120, 2569, lot 150, and we start straight in at £28 with Easy Live. At 28.30, at 32 now looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32, at 32 looking for 5. At 32, at 32, at £32, at £32 I'm selling it away. At 32, 2557, lot 151, we start straight in with Easy Live. At 55, at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 65 now, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 65, 75 jump, 75, 80, 80 now here, 5, 85 in the room. At 85, at 85, in the room at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85 pounds in the room. At 85, 138, lot 152, and we start straight in. At 55 with Easy Live. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at 55 pounds, at 55, opening bid, at 55, 65, how do you? 65, 70, no, at 65 pounds with Easy Live. At 65, the bid's just jump. At 65 pounds, selling it away at 65, 65 to 588.
1 second, George.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Lot 153.
Yeah, that's all. Well, no,
We just had a changeover. 153, ready ladies? At 153, Easy Live, we start at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55. At 55, at 65 now. At 65, Easy Live, looking for 70. At 65, at 65. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, selling it away. At 65 to 588, you can be my new bidder, my favourite bidder. 154, and we start straight in at £80 with Easy Live. At £80 at 85, at 85 at 90 now, at 95, 95, 100 I'm looking for. Fill it up to 100. 95 I have. At 95, at 95. At 95, at £95 I'm selling away. At 95, at 95 to 557, lot 155, and we start straight in. At Easy Live at 75, at 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 85, 95, 100. At 110 now, at 110 with Easy Live, looking for 120. Do I see 120? At 110, at 110, at £110 I'm selling it away. At £110, at 110 to 557, lot 156, and we start straight in. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 200 now, the magic number. At 200, do I see 220? At 200, at 200, at 240 now, at 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240, do I see 260? At 240, 280 now. Two bidders going. At 280, make it 300. Do I see 300? At 280, when are you going to see another one? 280, 300 I'm looking for. I have 300 now. At 300, do I see 320? At 300, at 300, at £300 I'm selling it away. At 320, At 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320. At 320. I'm selling now at £320. 320 to 618. Lot 157. 157, and we start straight in with me on commission at £25, at 25 on commission, at 28 commissions are out now, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 looking for 5, at 32 at 32, at 32 at 32, at £32, at £32 at £32. 32 to 630, lot 158. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 32. At 32 at 32, looking for 5. At 32 at 32, looking for 5 at 38. Easy Live at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38 at 42, Easy Live at 42, looking for 5. At 45 at 45, looking for 8. At 45, looking for 8. At 48, Easy Live. At 48 at 48, 50 I'm looking for. At £50 now. Easy Live at 55. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55 at 55. At 55, at 55, at £55 I'm selling it away. 55 to 618. Lot 159. And we start straight in. At £60, £70, Easy Live at 70, at £70, at 80 now, at £80, 85 at 85, at £90, at 95, fill it up to 100, we have 110 now, at 120 with Easy Live, at 120, 130 I'm looking for, at 130, at 130, do I see 140, at 140 now, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 150, don't let it get away. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150 I'm selling. At 150, at 150 to 643. Lot 160, then we start straight in. At £10. Do I see 12? At 10, 18 now. At £18, 20, at £20 looking for 2, Easy Live at 20 looking for 2, at £20 at £20, 22, 25, he was ahead of you, 25 in the room, 25 in the room at 25, 28 and 30, at £30, at £30, 32, 35, 35 now, at 35 looking for 8, at 35 at 35, at 35 at 35 in the room, at 35 £35 I'm selling it away at 35 to 138 in the room. Lot 161, and we start straight in at £50. At £50 with Easy Live at £50 looking for 5, at £50 looking for 5, at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55 at 55, Easy Live at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for, at 55, at 55 I'm selling it away, 55 to 643, lot 162, and we start straight in at 15, 18 now, at 18, 20 I'm looking for, Easy Live at 18, 20 I'm looking for, at 18, 20 now looking for 2, at £20 looking for 2, at £20 at £20 looking for 2, at £20, at £20, at £20, selling at 22 now, at 22 looking for 5, at 25 looking for 8, at 25 looking for 8, at 25, at 25 I'm selling at 25, 25 to 643, lot 163, we start straight in, at £40 with Easy Live, at £40 looking for 2, at 42 now, at 42 looking for 5, at 42 at 45 now, at 45 looking for 8, at 48, 50 is the magic number, do I see 50 I have, £50 looking for 5, 55, at 55, 55, 60 I'm looking for, at £60 looking for 5, at 65 at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, at 60, 70 now, at £70 looking for 5, good battle, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at £80 at £80 looking for 5 now, at £80, at 85, don't let it get away, at £90 at £90 looking for 5 at 95, fill it up to 100, at 100 now, 110 I'm looking for, at 100, at 100, at 100, at £100, the battle's over at 100, Good battle to 618. Lot 164. And we can start straight in. Takes the commissions out and we start straight in at 48.50 I'm looking for. At £50, looking for 5 at 55. Easy live at 55, 60 now. At 65 at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, easy live at 75, 85 now. At 85 at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85. At 90, at £90, looking for 5 at 95. One more bid. Make it 100. There we go. At 100. Too easy live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100. At 100. At £100 I'm selling it away. At 100 to 618. Lot 165 and we start straight in. At 22 looking for 5. At 22 looking for 5 with easy live at 25. At 28 at 30 now. At 32 at 35 at 38. At £40 at £40 with easy live looking for 2 now. At £40 looking for 2 at 42 at 48 at 50 now. At £50 looking for 5. At £50 looking for 5 at £50 at £50. At £50 selling it away. At £50. At 50 to 630. Lot 166. I have commission bids. They're out though. And we start straight in. At 95 with easy live. Make it 100 somebody. At 95 at 95. At 95 100. In the room at 100. There we go. Ahead of easy live. 120 now. They've woken up. I'll come back to you, sir. At 130, 140. No, at 130 with easy live. At 140, 150 now. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 160, 170. Our battle going on here now at 170, 180 I'm looking for. Don't let it get away at 180. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. 190. Make it 200. 190 I have, 200 now. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200. At 200. At £200 I'm selling it away at 200. At 200 to buyer 643. Lot 167. And we start straight in. At £50 with easy live. At £50 at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5 at 60 now. At £60 at £60, looking for 5. At 65 at 65, 70. At 75, looking for 75. At £70, looking for 5 at £70 at 75. At 75 with easy live at 80 now. At £80 at £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At 85 at 90 now. Easy live at 90, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at 95, at 95, 100. At 100, 110 with easy live at 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120 with easy live at 130 now. What a battle we're having. All the way from 40 to 60 up to 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130 I'm selling it away. At 130, good battle, 2, 6, 4, 3, lot 168. And we start straight in with easy live at 38. At 38, at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38. At 38, at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 40 now with easy live at 40. At £40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2 at 42 now. At 42, at 42 looking for 5 at 45 at 48 at 50 now. At 55 at 60. At £60 with easy live looking for 5. At £60 looking for 5. At £60 at £60 I'm selling it away at £60. At 60 to 589. Lot 169, and we can start straight in. At £32 with easy live. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 35 in the room. At 42 now 45 in the room. 45. It's at 48 now. 50. At £50 in the room. At £50 55. 55 60 sir. At 55, easy live at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, I'm selling it away. At 55, at 55 to 589. Lot 170, and we start straight in at £40. At £40, at 42, at 42 with easy live, looking for 5, at 45, at 45, at 48, at 50 now. At £60, easy live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5, at 65, 70. At £70, 80 now. At £80, at £80. At £80, 5 I'm looking for. At £80, at £80. At selling it away at £80. That's 80 to 571. Lot 171, and we can start straight in. Easy live at 85. What an offer! 85, 90, 130 now at 140, at 150 with easy live. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 160 now. Easy live at 160. Do I see 170? At 160. At 160 I'm selling and away at 160. At 160 to 589. Lot 172. And we can start straight in with easy live at 75. At 75, at 75, at 80 now, at 85. Sale room, if you want to join in, you can. At 85, 90 now, at 95. At 100 with easy live at 110. At 120 now, at 130 with easy live at 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130, at £130 I'm selling and away at 130 to 571. Lot 173, and we start straight in with easy live at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 55, at £55, at 55, 65 now. 65 they were ahead. 65, 70 now. 75, no. At £70 with easy live. At £70, at £70, looking for 5. At £70, at £70, at £70, at 75. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75 I'm selling and away. At 75 to 571, my new favourite buyer. Lot 174, and we start straight in with easy live at £60. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At 65, at 65, 70 now with easy live at 75. At £80, at 85. At 85, at 90. At 95, at 95. Make it 100. At 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95. At 95. At £95 we're selling it away at 95. 95 to 589. Lot 175, and we start straight in at £10. At 10, looking for 12. At 20 now, at 22, looking for 5. At 22, 25, 28, 28 and 30. At 32, at 32 with easy live, 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, I'm selling it away at £32. No, I'm not. At 35, at 35, at 38. The bidding's still going at 38. At 38, do we see 40? At 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at £38 I'm selling it away at 38. 38 to 571. Lot 176, and we start straight in at £120 at 150. At 150 with easy live. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150, at 150, at 150,
160.
180 with easy live, 190 with easy live. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. One more bid, make it 200 with easy live at 190. At 190, the sale room, are you coming back?
Yeah.
At 220 now with easy live. At 220. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220. At 220. I'm taking my time for the sale room to catch up. At £220. At 260 now with easy live. At 260. Sale room. Go again. At 260. At £260, you've had your chance, selling it away at 260 to Easy Live 571.
Please,
177, and we start straight in at £110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110 with Easy Live. At 110, at 110, I'm selling it away at £110. 110 to Easy Live to 606. Lot 178, and we start straight in at 85. At 85 with Easy Live. 90 is the next bid. At 85. At 85, 95 now, make it 100. We've got 110 with Easy Live. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 190, at 110, sorry, at £110. Got excited. At £110, I'm selling it away at £110 with Easy Live to 597. Lot 179. And I have commission bids, they're taken out already, and I have to start with Easy Live at 150. At 150, do I see 160? At 150 with Easy Live. At 160, 170, 180, 190, make it 200. At 200 I have, 220 now with Easy Live at 220, 240. At 240, 260 I'm looking for. At 240. At 240, I'm selling it away at £240. At 240 to 556. Lot 180, and I have to start with me straight in at £85 with Easy Live. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 95 now. At 95, 95, at 95, make it 100. At 95, 100, there we go at 100. Do I see 110? Do I see 110? At £100, I'm selling it away at £100. At 100 to 619. Lot 180, 181.
Was it £110
£100.
£100.
Yeah, 619.
That's what you did, yeah.
Okay.
What was that one? 180, I'm just making notes.
Yeah, just check that one. Someone came right now.
Yeah, well, Hannah was down.
Yeah,
Yeah, Hannah was down. 619, buyer 180, lot number 180, 100. Yeah, it didn't come up on the screen.
Okay.
And it's still up, still saying sold 100. So
Yeah, we said it on the bidder.
606, yeah.
Yeah,
100.
606, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
thank you.
you're welcome. Lot 181, and we start straight in at £85. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for, 95 we have, make it 100, yes, 120 now. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 now. Easy Live at 130. Do I see 140? At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At £130 at 130. At 130 to 575. Lot 182. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 65. At 65, at 65, 70, 80 now. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, 90 now. At 95, 100. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. Easy Live at 100. At 100. At 100. At £100 I'm selling it away. At 100. 100 to 589. Lot 183. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 55. At 55, at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at 65 now. Easy Live at 65, 70 now at £70. Easy Live. At £70 it be 5. At £70 it be 5. At £70 at £70 I'm selling at £70. 70, 5, 7, 1. Lot 184. And we can start straight in. Commissions are taken out at 85 with Easy Live. At 95, make it 100. At 95, at 95. Do I see 100? I do. 110 now with Easy Live at 110. At 120, 130. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, at 130 I'm selling at 130. 130 to 571. 185 and we start straight in. Easy Live at 80. At £80, at £80, give me 5. At £80, at £80, give me 5 at 85, 90 now. Easy Live at 90, at 100, 110, 120. Easy Live at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 120 I'm selling. Easy Live at 120, 120, 571. Lot 186. And we start straight in at 32, looking for 5. At 32, Easy Live, looking for 5. At 35 in the room. 38, Easy Live, 42, 45, 50 now at £50, 55, 55, 60, sir. At £60 in the room. At £60, at £60, 65, 70. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, at £70, at £70 in the room. At 70. 138, lot 187, and I start straight in at £130, at 130, at 130, at £130, at 130, 140 I'm looking for, at 130, at £130 I'm selling it away at 130, 130 to 597, at 188 I have 2 commission bids. And the internet has taken the first one out, and I start straight in with Easy Live at 420. At 420, 440 I'm looking for. At 440, at 440 now. At 440, at 460 with Easy Live. 460, 480, thank you. 480 in the room. At 480, 500, 550, sir. 550 now. At 550. In the room, 600, 650, sir, 650 now. In the room at 650, at 650, in the room, at 700 now, 750, sir, thank you, at 750, at 750, 800, 850 now, in the room, at 850, at 800, 900, 950, sir, 950, in the room, at 900, 1,000, 1,100, sir, 1,100, at 1,100 in the room, at 1,100 in the room, at 1,100 in the room. You've had your chance to think. I'm selling in the room at £1,100. No, I'm not. At 1,2. 1,3, sir. Don't give up. 1,3. Thank you. 1,300 in the room. At 1,300. At £1,300. You have had your chance. At 1,300 to buyer 184. Thank you very much for your bid, sir. Lot 189, and I have commission bids, and I have to start straight in. They're taken out actually with Easy Live at 150, 180, at 180, 190, 200, 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, at 220, at 240 now. At 240, at 240, at 240, Easy Live, selling and away at £240, 240 to buyer 643, lot 190, and we start straight in with me at £15, at 15, 18 I'm looking for, on commission at 15, at £20 with Easy Live now, at £20 in with 2, at £20 in with 2, commissions around, at £20, 22 now, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 looking for 5, at 22 with Easy Live, at 22 I'm selling it away at £22, 22 to 557, lot 191, lot 191, my last sheet, 191, and we start straight in. Commissions are out. We start at £110. At 110, 120 now. At 130. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130. At 130 with Easy Live. At £130 I'm selling it away. At 130. 130, 2589. Lot 192. And we start straight in with Easy Live at 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 70 now, looking for 5. At £70, 75 with Easy Live. At 80 now. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, looking for 5. At £80, 85. At 90 now. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, looking for 5. At £90, selling it away to Easy Live.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, 95. Thank you, 95. 100. 110, sir. 110. Thank you. At 110 in the room. In the room at 110. At 110. At £110, I'm selling it away. At 110. Sorry, sir. 184. 193. And we start straight in at £10. Do I see 12 with Easy Live at 10? Looking for 12. At 15 now, Easy Live at 15. 18 I'm looking for. At 15, 20 now, 25 with Easy Live at 25. 30 now. At £30 looking for 2. Easy Live at 30 looking for 2.
I've got 32.
32 with the sell room. At 32 at 32. At 32 at 32 looking for 5. At 32 looking for 5. Sell room at £32. 32 to the sell room.
SR 1130914.
Thank you. Lot 194. And I can start straight in. At £60. At £60 looking for 5. Easy Live at 60 looking for 5. At £70. At £70 looking for 5. At £70 looking for 5. Easy Live at 80 now. At £80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5. At 80, at 80, at £80, selling at 85 now. At 90, Easy Live at 90. At £90 at £90. At £90 looking for 5. At £90 looking for 5, selling at £90. 5, 5, 7. I've got my eye on you now, sir. Tuned into you. Lot 195, and I start straight in at 120. At 120, do I see 130 with Easy Live at 120? 130 I'm looking for. At 120. At 120. At £120 I'm selling it away at 120. 120, 2528. Lot 196, and I start at 38. At 38 with Easy Live. At 38 at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38 at 38, 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38, at £38 I'm selling at 38. 40 now. At £40 at £40 looking for 2. Easy Live at 40, 42 now. At 42, 42 looking for 5. At 42 looking for 5. At 42 at 42. At £42 I'm selling and away at 42. Easy Live, 2557. Lot 197, I have commission bids, but they're taken out. And I start straight in with Easy Live at 55. At 55 at 55. At 55 at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 60 now, looking for 5. At £70, £70, Easy Live. At £70, at £70, looking for 5. At £70. At £70, at £70, at £70 and away. At 75, no I'm not. At 75, 75. 80 I'm looking for. At £75, Easy Live. At 75. 75, 2557. Lot 198. And I start straight in. Easy Live at 85. At 85, at 85. 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85. At 95, at 100 now. The magic number. Do I see 110? At 110 now. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. Easy Live. At £110, selling at 110. 110, 2589. Lot 199. And I start with Easy Live at £80 at £80. At £80. Easy Live at 80 looking for 5. At £80 looking for 5. At 80. at 80, at 85 now, at 85, at 85, easy live. 90 I'm looking for, at 85, at 85, at 85 pounds, selling and away at 85, 85 to 589, and my last lot, 200, and we start straight in with easy live at 70 pounds, at 70 pounds, at 70 pounds, easy live, at 70 pounds, looking for 5, at 70 pounds, 70 pounds, looking for 5, opening bid, at 70 pounds, no further bids, selling at 70, and I will hand the reins over to Will. Thank you very much. Have you got a pen? Full house.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Tie looks good, by the way.
I thought you were a member of the blind club.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Gordon, for that run at the start there. Hopefully we can continue in the same manner he's left me off. Start me off, lot 201, bidding straight in on easy. I've got £170, looking for 180. Do we see 180? We have 170, looking for 180. Do we see 180? 170 on easy live. Are we all done at 170? Main bid has it at 170. Fair warning. That is sold for £170. 2 buyer 589. Lot number 202. Bidding in on easy live at £55, looking for 60. Do we see 60? We have 65. 65 now. We have 65. Looking for the 70. Do we see 70? 75 now. 80 now. Do we see 85? 85 we have. Looking for the 90. Do we see 90? Do we see 90? Do we see 90? 90 we have. 90 we have. Looking for 95. Do we see 95? 95 on easy live. Top it up to 100. £100 on easy live. Looking for 110. Do we see 110 anywhere? Do we see 110? At £100 on easy live. Looking for 110. Fair warning. That is sold by 510 for £100. Thank you. Lot number 203, bidding in on easy live at £85. 85 we have, looking for 90. 85 at £85. At £85, looking for 90. Do we see 90? At 90 in the room, sir. 90, 95 against you. Would you like 100, sir? Shake of the head at 100. 95 on easy live. Are we all done at £95? 110 now. 110 on easy live. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? We have 110. Looking for 120. Do we see £120 anywhere? At £110 on easy live. Fair warning. That is sold by a 569 for £110. I might almost smack it down a bit too low. Enthusiastic. I'm happy. This is a great sale so far. Lot 204.
Don't need a new rostrum.
Right, lot 204. Bidding straight in at 65, 75 now, 85, 95, 110, and £110 on easy live. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? We have 110. Looking for 120. One more bid could do it easy live at £110. Fair warning. That is sold by a 623 for £110. Lot number 205. Interest on my books has been blown out of the water by the easy live bid of £28, looking for the 30. Do we see 30? We have 28 looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? On easy live, 30 on easy live, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? 32 on easy live now. 35 with you, sir, at 35 in the room, 35 in the room, 35 in the room, at £35 in the room, looking for 38. Do we see 38? 38 against you, sir. You're coming back in at 40, shake the head at 40. 40 now on easy live, looking for 42. 42 now. We have 42, looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? On easy live at £42. Fair warning. That is sold £42 to buyer 510. Lot number 206, bidding straight in at £95, 100, 110 now, at £110 on easy live, looking for 120. 120 we have, 130 now, at £130. At £130 on easy live, are we all done at 130? Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 556 for £130. Thank you. Lot number 207, bidding straight in for this set here at £240, 240 on easy live. Do we see 260 at 240? Do we see 260? 260 we have at £260 on easy live, looking for 280. Do you see 280? At £260 on easy live, 280 now, at £300 now, at £300, looking for 320. At £300, looking for 320. Do we see 320 anywhere? On easy live at 300, fair warning. That is sold by 510 for £300. Lot number 208 bidding in at £65, looking for 70. At 65, do we see 70? 70 in the room. 70 in the room with you, sir. Looking for 75. Do you see £75 anyway? In the room at £70. Do we see 75? With our room 75 against you, sir. Are you coming back in at 80? £80 in the room now at £80. He's back in at 80. Do we see £85 anywhere? In the room at £80, looking for 85. Fair warning. That is sold to you, sir. Our room bidder by 138. Thank you for £80. Lot number 209, bidding straight in, again on Easy Live at £55, looking for the 60.
65.
65 on seller room, that's the way to do it. It's £65 for the seller room. £65 with our seller room bidder, looking for the 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? At £65 in the seller room, 70 with you, sir. Bid in the room before, with our room bidder at 70, looking for 75. Easy Live, you want, you're going to have to bid one more. 75 in the seller room, you're coming back in at 80, sir. 80 with you, 80 in the room, with our room bidder at 80, looking for 85, 85 against you, sir, with like 90, shake the head at 90 with our seller room bidder at £85, looking for 90, do we see £90 anywhere? Fair warning. Sold to our seller room bidder.
SR 10903.
10903 for £85. Lot number 210, interest on my books takes us to £70 with me on commission, it's £70 with me on commission. £80 with me on commission. It's with me at 80. With me at 80. 90 now. 90 on Easy Live. We have 90 on Easy Live, taking my commission bidder out at 95 now on Easy Live, at £95 on Easy Live. Top it up to 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? 95 on Easy Live, looking for 100. £100 now. At £100, 110 now. At 110. At 110. Do we see 120? 120 now. At 120 online, looking for 130. 130 we have. 130. 140 now. At £140. At £140. On Easy Live, do we see 150 at 140? Final time of asking. Fair warning. At £140 to buyer 630. Super. Lot 211 has been withdrawn. Lot 212 bidding straight in at 220, taking my commission bidder out at £220 now. On Easy Live, looking for 240. Do we see 240 at 220? Do we see 240? Do we see 240 now at £240 on Easy Live, looking for 260? Do we have 240? Looking for 260 at £240 on Easy Live. Fair warning. Sold to buyer 643 for £240. Thank you. Lot number 213, bidding in on Easy Live at £25, looking for 28. Do we see 28? 25 we have, looking for 28. Do we see 28? 30 now, £30 on Easy Live. 32 is the next bid. Do we see 32? 35 now, at 35. 38 is the next bid. Do we see 38? We have 35, looking for 38. Do we see 38? At 30, £40 now. 42. 42 on Easy Live, looking for 45. Do we see £45 at £45 now on Easy Live? Looking for the 48, do we see £48 anywhere? At £45 on Easy Live. Fair warning. And it's sold to panel number 620 for £45. Lot number 214, bidding straight in at £150, looking for 160 at 150, at 160 now, at 160, do we see 170? Do we see 170? 170 now. 170. We have some 170 on Easy Live. £180 now. 190 at 190. At what? 200 now. 200. 220 is the next bid. Do we see 220? We have 200. Looking for 220. 220 now. At 220. 240. At 240. At £240. At £240. 260 now. At 260. 280. 300. Good battle here on Easy Live. At £300. 320 is the next bid. Do we see 320? Do we see 320? At £320 now. On Easy Live, looking for 340 at £320 at 340 now. Back in at 340 with our bidder from Hong Kong at £340, looking for 360. Do we see 360 at £340 on Easy Live? Fair warning. That is sold to buyer number 620 for £340. Thank you. Lot number 215, bidding straight in at £10. £10, we're away at £10, look for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, look for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, 12 now, 15 is the next bid, 15 we have, 18 is the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? We have 15, looking for 18. Do we see £18? At £18 now on Easy Live, looking for 20. Do we see 20? Yes, we have. We have 20 there, 22 now. 25 is the next bid. 25 we have. At £25 now on Easy Live, looking for the 28. Do we see £28? Do we see £28? We all done at £25. Are we all done at £25? Fair warning at £25 then. That's sold to buyer 510 for £25. Lot number 216 bidding straight in at £260. Oh, sorry, I read that completely wrong. At £60. I wish it was 260. One can be hopeful. At 80 now. At 80, we have 80. We have 80. We have 80. Looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? Yes, we do. 85. Back in at 85. Looking for the 90. Do we see £90 anywhere? We have 85. Looking for 90. At £85. Are we all done at 85? Fair warning. At £85. That's sold to buy at 620 for £85. There we are. Right, commission bid's been taken out by our Easy Live bidder at £110, looking for 120, at 120, at 130 now, at 130, at 140, at 140, we have 140, 150 now, at £150 on Easy Live, at 160, at 160 now, at 170, we have 170, 180 is the next bid. Do we see £180 anywhere? At £170, 180 now, at 180, looking for 190. Do we see 190? At £180, fair warning, that is sold to buy at 620 for £180. Lot number 218, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for 12. We have £10 here, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £10, I can, £12 with you, sir. £12 ahead of the internet. At £12 in today, we want you to bid at 15. We have £12 in the room, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? At £12 in the room, fair warning. That is sold to you, sir, by a 138. £12. Lot number 219, bidding straight in. I have interest on my books, taking me to £42 with me. £42 on my commission. At 48 with me now. At 48. At 48. At 75 with me. At 75 with me now. At 75. 80 against me. It's with my bidder at £85 online. My commission's been taken out at £85. 90 now. At £90 online. At £90. We have 90 online. Looking for 95. 95 now we have with a Hong Kong bidder who's back in at 95. Looking for 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? At £95. Looking for 100. Fair warning. That is sold to buy at 620 for £95. Lot 220. Start me off bidding straight in at £50. Looking for 55. Do we see £55 anywhere? We have 50. Looking for 55. 55 now online. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? We have 55. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? We have 55. Looking for 60. Are we all done at £55? I can and I will sell at £55. Fair warning. That's sold to buyer 643 for £55. Done. Moving on to lot number 221. Bidding in at £240. I've got interest on my books taking me to 260 with me. 260 with me. 260 with me. On my commission at 260. 280 with you, sir. 300 with me. 320 with you, sir. Marking my commission, but that's with our room bidder at 320. With our room bidder at 320. 340 against you, sir. We'd like 360. 360 with you now, sir. 380 is the next bid. 380 against you. We'd like 400, sir. 400 with you. In the room at 400. 420, sir. 440. 440 with you. 460 against you. Shake the head at 480 with our internet bidder at £460. Looking for 480. Do we see £480 anywhere? With the Easy Live bidder at £460. Fair warning. Sold to our buyer and 541 for £460. Lot number 222, bidding straight in at 220, 260 with me, 260 with me, looking for 280. 280, commission bids out, 300 we like, sir, 300 with you, 300 in the room. With our room bidder at 320 against you, sir, 340 if you like, 340 you have, with our room bidder at 340. With our room bidder at 360 against you, sir, 380 with you now, with our room bidder at 380. Room bidder at 380, looking for 400, do we see 400? Do we see 400? With our room bidder at £380, fair warning. Sold to you, sir, by a 138 for 380. Thank you. Lot number 223, bidding straight in at 150, knocking my commission bidder out at £150, looking for 160. Do we see 160? Do we see 160? At £150, 160 now. At 160 on Ease Live, looking for 170. We have 160, looking for 170. Do we see 170? We have 160, looking for 170. I can and I will sell at £160. Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 643 for 160. Lot 22224, bidding straight in at £50, looking for 55. Do we see £55 anywhere? We have 50, looking for 55. We have 50, looking for 55. Do I see £55 anywhere? At £50, 55 now. At 55, do we see 60? At 55 now, do we see 60? Do we see 60? At £55, looking for 60. I can and I will sell at £55. Fair warning. That is sold by 643 for £55. Lot number 225, bidding straight in at £120, knocking my commission bid out at 120, looking for 130. 130 now online. 130 online, looking for 140. Do we see 140? 140 now. At 140 now, looking for 150. Do we see 150? At £140, looking for 150. At £140, we all done at £140. Fair warning. Sold to buyer number 643, same buyer as last for 140. Lot number 226. I've got interest on my books taking me to 90, but it's been wiped out by our internet bid of 130, looking for 140. We have 130, looking for 140. Do we see 140? We have 130, 140 now. At 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? At £140, looking for 150. Are we all done at 140? Fair warning. Sold to same buyer as last, 643 at £140. Lot number 227. Again, interest on my books been wiped. Oh no, it hasn't. Interest on my books takes me to. Oh, we're going to let Easy Live run here. Hectic bidding on Easy Live here at £80, at 90 now, at 90. Commission bids out at 90, at £90, 100 now, at 100, 110, at 110 looking for 120. Do we see 120? At 110 looking for 120, at 120 now. At 120 looking for 130. Do we see 130? Yes, we have. We have 130 online now. Looking for 140, 140, 150. At 150, at 160 now. We have 160. Looking for 170. Next bid's 170. Do we see 170? At £160, fair warning. That's sold to buyer 620 for £160. Thank you. Lot number 228, bidding straight in at £48, knocking my commission bid out at £48 with a bidder from Ireland, looking for 50. At £48, looking for 50. At £48, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Fair warning at £48, the maiden bid has it. Fair warning. Sold to buyer 547, £48. Lot 229, bidding straight in at £55, looking for 60. 60 we have, 65 now. 65 now, 70 is the next bid. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? 70 we have, 75 now. At £75. 80, 85. At £85 on Easy Live, 95 on Easy Live now, looking for 100. 110 now, at £110. 120, 130. 140, at 140. At 140, at 140. At 140, at £140 on Easy Live, 150 now. At 150, 160, 170 is the next bid. Do we see 170? At 160, do we see 170? At £160 on Easy Live, fair warning. Sold to buy at 644 at £160. Lot number 230, bidding straight in at £10. Strong stuff. 12 on the seller run. Seller has woken up 15 against you, coming back in at 18. 18 we have, 20 now on Easy Live. Need to be quicker than that. At 25 now. 28 do you have? We have 25 looking for 28. We have 25 looking for 28. Do we see 28? 28 now on Easy Live. We're looking for 30. 30 we have now. At 30, looking for 32. 32 we have. At £32 on Easy Live, looking for 35. Do we see £35 anywhere? At £32, looking for 35. 35 now. At £35. At £35. On Easy Live at 35, we all done at £35. 38 now. At 38. We're not done, clearly at £38. £38, looking for the 40. Do we see 40? At £38, looking for 40, fair warning. Sold by 644 for £38. Thank you. Lot 231 bidding in at 180 now. At 180, looking for 190. Do we see 190? 180, looking for 190. At 180, 190 now. At 190 pounds. At 190 pounds on Easy Life, looking for the 200. Top it up to 200. 190 pounds, looking for 200. Are we all done? At 190, 200 now. At 200 pounds, 220. At 220, 240 is the next bid. Do we see 240? Final time of asking you. 220 pounds. Sold to buyer 510 at 220. Lot 232 bidding in at 260 pounds, looking for 280. Do we see 280? We have 260, looking for 280. We have 260, looking for 280. At 260 pounds, does a main bid have it at 200, 280? 300 we like, sir? 300 we like. 300 with our room bidder. With our room bidder at 300, looking for 320. With our room bid at 320 against you, sir. 340 we like. Shake the head at 340. On the internet at 320. Looking for 340. At 320 pounds. Are we all done at 320? Fair warning. They're sold to buyer 547 for 320 pounds. Lot number 233, bidding straight in at 10 pounds, looking for 12. We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see 12 pounds anyway? We have 10, looking for 12. 12, 15 now, at 15 pounds. At 15 pounds on Easy Life, looking for the 18. Do we see 18 pounds anyway? At 18 with you, sir. 18 in the room. 18 with our room bidder. At 18 pounds in the room. Fair warning. Are we all done at 18 pounds? Sold to our room bidder 138 for 18 pounds. Lot 234. Start me off at £10. We have 10, looking for 12. We have £10, looking for 12. 12 now. 15. At £15 on Easy Life, looking for 18. 18 is the next bid. Do we see 18?
Yeah.
At £15. 18 in the Surroom. Surroom's woken up at £18. At £18 in the Surroom, looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? At £20 on Easy Life. Surroom, you're coming back in at 22. We have 20 against you. 22 now on the Surroom, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £22 on the Surroom, are we all done? At £22. Fair warning, with our Surroom bidder at 22. That's sold.
SR 212136.
212136 with the Surroom bidder, thank you. 235 or 235 bidding straight in at £10, look for 12. At £10, do we see 12? Do we see £12 anyway? £12 online?
Yep.
12, 15 on the Surroom. At £15 on the Surroom now, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere?
I was 12 on the second one. Oh, you've got 12.
Easy Life came in before that, sorry.
Yeah.
Easy Life bid has it at £15 now, anyway, £15 on Easy Life.
18.
18 on, we took 18, 22 now, £22. £22 on Easy Life, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £22 on Easy Life, we all done at 22, looking for 25, fair warning. That's sold to buy at 620 for £22. Lot 236, bidding straight in at £10, look for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? Do we see 12? We have 10, looking for 12.
Yep.
£12 on the sale room. £12 on the sale room, looking for 15. 15 against the sale room. You're coming back in at 18 sale room. At £15 on Easy Life, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? £15 now. We all done at 15. Fair warning with the Easy Life bidder at £15. That's sold to same bar as our 620 for £15. Lot 237, bidding in at £65 on Easy Life, looking for 70. We have 65, looking for 70. 70 now. We took 70 on Easy Life, Serum, 75 now. 75, 80 now. We have 80. We have 80. Looking for 85. We have 80. 85 now. 90 is the next bid. Do we see 90? Do we see 90?
Yes. Oh, hang on.
We took
£100
£100 now. £100 anyway. We're at £100 now. £100. Sale room. Get your bids in quick at 110. At £110. At £110 on Easy Life. We all done at 110. 120 now. At 120. 130. At 130. At 130. Do we see 140?
Yeah.
140 on the Serum. Well done, Serum. Back in at 140. Glad you're here. At £140. 150 now. You're coming back in at 160. At £150.
Yes,
160 now on the Serum. At £160 on the Serum. With our seller bid at £160. Looking for 170. We're all done at 160. Looking for 170. Fair warning.
SR 212136.
SR 212136. Thank you very much. Lot number 238. Bidding in on Easy Live at £75. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? At 75. 80 now. At 80. At 80 we have 80. Looking for 85. Do we see £85 anyway? 85 we have. At 85. At 85 now. 90 is the next bid. 95 we have.
No.
110 now. At 110. At £110.
120.
120 on the Serum. We're taking the Serum bid at 120. 130 against you. Coming back in at 140. at £130, 140 now in the sale room, 150 with Easy Life, at £150 with Easy
Yeah.
Life, 160 with the sale room, at £160 with the sale room, looking for 170. Do we see 170? At £160 with our sale room bidder. Are we all done at £160? Does our sale room bidder have this at 160? I think they do.
Yes. SR 212136.
SR 2121, SR 212,
I don't like
13.
computer games, it's really complicated.
Bidding straight in for lot 239 at £40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anyway? We have 40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anyway? We have 40, looking 42. 45 now at 48. At 48, we have 48. At 50 now. 55 is the bid. 55, we have 55, looking for 60. 60 now. At £60, 65 now. At £65 on Easy Life, looking for the 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? At £65, we all done at 65. Fair warning. 70 now, £70, just in the nick of time at £70. At £70 on Easy Life, 75 now. Do we see 80? We have 75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At £75, I think we're all done at 75. Fair warning. By 6:30. Take a little sip of water. Lot 240 bidding in on Easy Life at £48. At £48 on Easy Life, at 48, looking for 50. Do we see 50? At £48, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At £48, we all done at 48. Does the main bid have it at £48? Fair warning. Sold to buyer at 605 for £80. Lot 241 bidding straight in at £240. At 240. At 240. At 240, at £240.
Yep.
280 now, at 280, at 280, we have 280 now. Looking for 300, do we see 300?
Yeah.
300 we have.
Oh.
320 now, at 320, 340 is the next bid.
340.
340 on the serum, serum bid taken at 340, 360 right back at you, serum. On Easy Life, 380 now. 400, at £400. At £400 now.
Yeah.
420,
Oh, God. You got that one, yeah, I'll put it back to the...
at 420, on Easy Life, looking for 440.
Yes.
440 on the sale room, at £440 on the sale room. Easy Life, are you coming back in at 460? We have 440, looking for 460. We all done at 440. Sale room bid at 460 now on Easy Life. 460 at 460. 480 is the next bid. 480 is the next bid. At £460, looking for 480. Do we see 480? At £460, we all done at 460. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 620 for £460. Lot 242, bidding straight in at £48, looking for 50. Do you see 50? 50 on the sale room, 55 against the sale room, looking for 60. Do you see 60? We have 55, 60 on the sale room, 65 against you. 70 is the next bid.
I'm on 70, yes. It's got 70.
70 on the sale room, 75 against the sale room. 80 is the next bid. We have 75, looking for 80. We have 75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? At £75, fair
Hang
warning.
on, I've got 80.
80 now, at 80. 85 against you. With the Easy Life bidder at 80. 85, sorry. Easy Life
90.
bidder, 90. 95 against you.
100.
100 with the sale room. At £100 with the sale room bidder. Finally, at £100 with the sale room bidder. Are we all done at 100? Fair warning. As sold to the sale room bidder.
SR 1900510.
SR 1900510. Okay. Lot 243. Bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anyway? At £10, looking for 12. £10 we have, 12's the next bid. Do we see 12? £10 we have, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anyway? At £10, are we all done? 12 with you, sir. £12 in the room, looking for 15. 15's the next bid. We have 12, 15 against you, sir. 18 would you like? Shake the head at 18. At £15 on Easy Live, looking for 18. Fair warning. 5, 8, 1. £15, thank you. Lot 244, bidding straight in at £80, 85 is the next bid. Do we see 85? We have 80, looking for 85. We have 80, looking for 85. Do we see £85 anyway? At £80, 85 now in the sale room. Sale room bidding at £85. 90 is the next bid, 90 the bid. 90 on Easy Life, looking for 95. Do we see £95 anyway? At £90
Yeah.
on Easy Life, 95 now on the sale room. Back in, sale room, 95. 100 on Easy Life now. 110's the next bid. 110 we have on the seller room, 120, 120, 120 on Easy Live at 120. At 120 pounds, 130 now. We have 130 on the seller room, 130 on the seller room. At 140 now, we have 140. At 140. At 100, 150 now. 150 pounds on the seller room, looking for 160. Looking for 160. At 150 pounds with the seller room, looking for 160. Fair warning. Sold to buyer.
SR 212136.
212316. Lot
136.
212136, yeah, sorry. Lot 245 now. Bidding in on Easy Live, straight in at 110, at 110, looking for 120, at 110, looking for 120, 120 now, at 120. We have 120. 120 on Easy Live, looking for 130.
130.
130 on the seller room.
150.
150. At 150 now. 150 with our seller room bidder. At 150 pounds on the seller room. Are we all done at 150? Are we all done at 150? At 150 pounds, fair warning. Sold.
SR 212136.
Same bar as ours, that's up.
Yeah.
2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 6. Thank you. Lot 246, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £65, looking for 70. Do we see 70? We have 65, looking for 70.
Yeah.
70 now. 70 now on the seller room. 75 is the next bid. We have 70. 75 now on Easy Live. 75 on Easy Live.
80.
80 now. 80 on the seller room. 80 with our seller room bidder. Easy Live coming back in at 85 now. At £85 on Easy Live. 90 now on the seller room. At £90 on the seller room. At £90 on the seller room. Are we all done at 90? 95 now. At £95. At £95 with Easy Live. 100 is the next bid. 100. Seller room topping it up to £100 there. At £100, looking for 110. And we all done at £100 with the seller room at £100. Fair warning. Sold to
SR 212136.
SR 212136. Lot number 247. Bidding straight in at £60. 65 is the next bid. We have 60, looking for 65. Do we see 65?
Yep.
65 now on Easy Live. We're taking the Easy Live bid of 65. Serum, you've got to come back in at 70 if you want it. 70
Yeah.
now on Easy Live. 75 now at 80. At £80 on the Easy Live. At £80 now. At £80. At £80. 85 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at 85. 90 back in at 90 with the Easy Live.
95.
95 with the seller room. At £95 with the seller room. Looking for 100. 100 we have.
110.
110 now. 110. 120 is the next bid. 110 bid with the seller room. 120 is the next bid. Do we see 120? At £110. Are we all done at 110? I think we are at £110. Fair warning.
SR 212136.
SR 212136 at £110. Excellent. Just a switch for clerks now. That sheet's done.
248, right, 249. We've got telephone bids. No.
Lot 248, bidding straight in at £150 with Easy Live at 150. Looking for 160. 160 we have at 160. Do we see 170? 170 now at 170. At 180 now. We have 180. At £180 on Easy Live. Looking for 190. Do we see 190? James, is there any action on the sale room at 190? Yes, there is at £190 on the sale room. 200 against the sale room. At £200 now. At £200. 220 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at £220. Easy Live, you're coming back in at 240. At £220, 240 is the next bidder. We all done at 220. Fair warning.
212136.
SR 212136. Lot 249, bidding in on Easy Live at £75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? At 75, looking for 80. 80 with you, sir. 80 with our room bidder. 85 against you. Would you like 90? 95 now. We have 95, 100, 110. At 110, would you like 120, sir? 120 now. 130, would you like 130? 130 already too quick.
140.
150 now. We have 150. 160. We have 160. 170 now. At 180. At 180. At 180. At £180, sir. Now's your chance. Shake the head. At 190 with the seller room. At 190 with our seller room bidder. At 190, 200 against you, seller room. At £200 now. At 200, do we see 220?
Yep.
220 now on the seller room. Seller room bids 220. 240. We have 240. We have 240. At £240 on Easy Live. Looking for 260. 260 is the next bid. At £240 with our Easy Live bidder. Fair warning. 240 to buy at 510. There you are, wakes up a bit. Wow. At £240. Thank you very much. Next lot, 250. bidding straight in at £10. £10 we have, looking for 12. 12's the bid. Do we see 12? £12 is the next bid. We have 15 now. 15, 20, 22, 25 we like, sir. Shake your head at 25. 22 is the bid. On Easy Live at £22. Looking for 25. Do we see £25? Any at 25 we have now. 28 is the next bid. Do we see 28? We have 25. Looking for 28. Do we see 28 at £28 now? On Easy Live at 28. 30 now at £30. At £30. Looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? At £30. At 30. At 30. Fair warning. We're all done at £30. £30 to buy at 643. Lot number 251. Bidding straight in at 15, looking for 18.
30.
30, we'll take 30. That's the way to do it, sir. At £30. At £30 now. At 30 with the sir. At 30 with the sir. 32 on Easy Live. 35 with you in the room, sir. With a room bidder at 35. Looking for 38. Do we see 38? 40 against you now, sir. 42 now. At 45. At 45. At £45. 48 with you, sir. At £48 in the room. 50 against you. Would you like 55, sir? Shake the head at 55 with our Easy Live bidder at £50. Or we all done at 50. 55 now. At £55 on Easy Live. 60. At £60. 65 now. At 65. At 65. 70 is the next bid. Do we see 70? At £65. We all done at 65. 70 now. At 70. £70. At 70. At 70. 75 now. At £75. With our Easy Life bidder. 80. At £80. Do we see 85? At £80. Looking for 85. Are we all done at 80? 85 now. At 85. Looking for 90. Do we see 90? At £85. Are we all done at £85? Fair warning. Lot number 252. Lot number 252. Lot number 25. Claire? Sorry.
Sorry. Come back in a minute. Okay.
Lot number 252, bidding straight in at £65, 70 is the next bid. We have 65, looking for 70. Do we see 70? 120, that's the way to do it, James. At 120 on the sale room. At 120. At 130 on Easy Life. At 130, looking for 140. Do we see 140? At £130 now. 140 with the sale room. Sale room back in. Easy Life back in now at 150. 160 with the sale room. 170 with Easy Life. 180 now with the sale room. Back with the sale room, back with Easy Life now at 190. 200 with the Easy Life. 220 is the next bid. Do we see 220? Do we see 220? At £200 with Easy Life, 220 now with the sale room. At 220, looking for 240. Do we see 240? At £220 now with the sale room at 220. Fair warning.
SR 212136.
And that is £220. Thank you. Lot number 253, bidding straight in at £140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? We have 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? At £140 with Easy Life, does the main bid have it at 140? Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 5565 for 140. Thank you. Lot number 254. Claire?
Yep.
Sorry, thank you. Lot number 254, bidding straight in at £25, looking for 28. Do we see £28 in here at 25? Do we see 28? 28 we have. 28, 30 now, at 30. At 30, 32 now. 32 is the bid. At £32 on Easy Life. At £32, do we see 35? Do we see £35 anywhere? At £32, are we all done? 35 in the room. 35 before the internet. At £35, 38 against you, sir. 40 would you like? Shake the head at 40. With our internet bidder at £38 on Easy Life. 40 now at £40. 42 is the next bid. We have 40, looking for 42. 42 now at £42. Are we all done at 42? At £42, fair warning. £42 to buy at 643. Next lot is 255, bidding straight in at £18, looking for 20. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? We have 18, looking for 20. £20 now at 20. At £20. 22 is the next bid. Do we see 22? 22 we have. At £22 on Easy Life. 25 now. 25 at £25. At £25, we all done at £25 on Easy Live at 25. Fair warning. Sold for to buy at 565 for £25. Lot 256, bidding straight in at £95, looking for 100. £100 with you. £100 with you on the front row. 110 against you. 120 we like. 120 with you. at 120. In the room at 120. 140 against you now. 150 with you, sir. 160 against you. 170 we like. 170 you have at 170. In the room 180. 190 now with you at 190. 200. 220 we like. 220 you have at 220 in the room. At 220 with our room bidder. At 220. 240 against you now, sir. 260 we like. 260 with you. At 260 in the room with you, sir. At 260. Are we all done at 260? Fair warning. And your panel number, please. 196. Thank you very much. 260. Lot 257. Bidding straight in at 45.50 now. At £50. 50, 60. I'm going to let Easy Live run here at 65, 70. 75 would like, sir. 75 with you. At 75 in the room. 80 is the next bid. At 75 with a room bidder. 80 against you. 85 now with you, sir. At 85 with you, sir. Looking for 90. Do we see 90? At 85 with you. 90 against you now. 95 with you. 100 is the next bid. £100 is the next bid. 100 against you. 110 with you now, sir. Or 110 with you, sir. At £110 in the room at 110. 120 against you on Easy Live. 130 in the room. At 130 in the room. 140 against you. 150 in the room now. At 150 in the room. At £150 in the room. 160 against you, sir. 170 in the room now. At 170 in the room. 180 on Easy Live. 190 in the room. 200 is the next bid. 200 against you, sir. 220 in the room now. At 200, a strong battle here. 240. At 240, 250 with you, 260, sorry, with you, sir. 260 with you, sir. 280 is the next bid. Do we see 280? At £260 in the room. Are we all done at 260? With our room bidder at 260. Fair warning. Congratulations, sir. That's £260. To buy at 196. Thank you. Lot number 258. Bidding straight in at £32. Looking for 35. Do we see £35 anyway? At 32, looking for 35. At £32, looking for 35. At £32, we all done at £32. Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 5, 6, 5. Yep, I can see it. 5, 6, 5, £32. And we have an internet bidder here. Are we all ready to go, sir?
Yes, sir.
Bidding straight in on Easy Live at £190. 200 is the next bid. Do we see 200? We have 190, 200 now, 220, at 220, at 240, at 260 now, at 260. 280 is the next bid. Do we see 280? 280 we have. 300 is the next bid. At 280. At £280 on Easy Live. 300 with the telephone bidder. At 300 in the room with the telephone bidder. 320 against you. At 320 now on Easy Live.
340, sir.
340 with the telephone bidder. At £340. 360 online.
380. No, we're out, sir.
Telephone bidders out at 380, leaving our Easy Live bidder at 360. Are we all done at £360? With Easy Live bidder at 360. Fair warning. Is sold to buyer number 5, 6, 2 for £360. Thank you. Lot number 360. We've got interest in my books, but it's been wiped out by the Easy Live bid of £140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? We have 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? We have 140, looking for 150. Are we all done at 140? Fair warning. That's sold to buyer 587 for £140. Lot number 261. Bidding straight in at £22, looking for 25. Do we see 25? We have 28 now. We have 28. 28 online, looking for 30. 30 we have at £30. At £30 now. At £30. 32. 32 online at £32. 35 now. £35. On Easy Live at 35. 38 now. At 38. It's all happening on Easy Live at 40. 42 now. At £42. At 45. 48 now. 50. 55 is the next bid. 55 we have. At £55. 65 now. At 65. At £65, looking for 70. 70 now. At 70. We have 70. At £70. At £70. Are we all done at 70? Fair warning. £70 to buy a 557. Lot number 262, bidding straight in at 15, looking for 18. Do we see 18? 20 now. 22 now. 22 we have, looking for 25. 25 now. 28 is the next bid. 28 we have. 30 now. £30. £30 on Easy Live. Looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? 32 we have now. At 35. At 35. At £35. 38 is the next bid, and 38 we have. At £38 now.
40.
40 on the Serum. Serum's woken up at £40. Welcome back at £40. 42 now at £42 on Easy Live. Serum, you're coming back in at 45. Do you see 45? Yes, you do. At £45 on the Serum. At £45, are we all done at £45? Serum, you coming Easy Live, you're coming back in at 48. Fair warning with our Serum bid at £45.
SR 212136.
£45, thank you. Lot number 263, bidding straight in at £38 on Easy Live, looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 at £38? Do we see 40? 40 we have now at £40, at 40, at 40, at £40, 42 now. £42 we have, looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? At 45 now, at 45. Do we see, was it 50 now? At 50. Easy Live, you're coming back in at 55? No, you're not. At £60 now on Easy Live. At £60, at £60, 65 now. 70, 70 is the bid. 70 on Easy Live, looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? 75 we have now. At 75, 80 now. At 80, at £80. At £80 on Easy Live, looking for 85. We're all done at 80, looking for 85. Fair warning. 85 now, 90, at 90, at £90. Do we see 95? Yes, we do, at £95. At 95, 100, at £100, looking for 110. Do we see 110? At £100, looking for 110. At £100, 110's the next bidder. We all done at 100. Fair warning. Sold to buyer 556 for £100. Lot number 264, bidding straight in at £42, looking 45, 48 now at £48, at £48, do we see 50, 50 now, 55 is the next bid, we have 50, looking 55, do we see £55 anywhere, 55, 60 now, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, £100 at 110 now, at 120, 130, strong battle there at 130, 140 now, 140, 150, 150, at £150, are we all done at 150?
160.
160 on the Serum. Bid from the Serum at 160. £170 back on Easy Live at 170. At 170 now. At 170. 180 on the Serum. At 180 on the Sale Room. 190 now. At 190 on Easy Live. At 190. 200 now. At £200 with the Serum at 200. At £200 on the Serum. Easy Live, you're coming back in at 220. Yes, you are at 220. Serum, are you coming back in at 240? At £240 now on the Sale Room, at 240, at 240. Do we see 260? Final time of asking, at £240, are we all done at 240? Fair warning.
SR 212136.
212136 for £240. Thank you very much. Lot number 265, start me off at £50, we have 50, looking for 55, do you see £55 anywhere? 55 is the bid, 55 we have, 60, do we see 60? Do we see 60? It's £55, 60 we have, 65 now, it's 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, do we see 90? 90 we have now, at 90, 100, £100, at 120, 130, £130 now, and £130 on Easy Live, 140 now, 150, 150, 150. At £150 on Easy Live, fair warning.
160.
160 with the Serum. 160. Sneaking in there, Serum, at £160. I like your work, very good. At £160. At 160. Looking for 170. At £160 with the Sale Room, fair warning.
SR 212136.
SR 212136. Very good, excellent, thank you very much. Bidding straight in on Easy Live there, up to 28, 30, 35, 38, 40. It's running away with me here. 60 now, 65, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 200, 220, at 220, 240 now, at 240, at 240, at £240. At £240 on Easy Live, we all done at 240. Run out of steam at £240 on Easy Life, fair warning. That's sold for £240 to buy a 557. Lot number 267, bidding straight in at £32, looking for 38. No, we haven't. 42 already at £42. 45 is the next bid. Do we see 45? We have 45 now. 48, 50, at 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, £100 at 110 now, 120, at 120, 120, do we see 130? Do we see 130 at £120? Looking for 130. Final time of asking, £120, fair warning. Sold to buy at 557 for £120. Lot number 268, bidding straight in at £20, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? 22 we have, look for 25. Do we see 25? We have 22, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £25 now, 28 now, 28's the bid, at £28 on Easy Life. 30 now, 32, at £32, looking for 35. Do we see £35 anywhere? £35 for the Serum. Serum coming in at 35. 38 against you, Serum, at 38 on Easy Life.
40.
40 now, 40 on the Serum, 42 on Easy Life. At £42 on Easy Life.
45.
45 with the Serum, 48 right back with Easy Life.
50.
50 now with the Serum, at £50 on the Serum, 55 now with Easy Life. Are you coming back in at 60 Serum? At £55 on Easy Life, looking for 60. Do we see 60? Fair warning. Sold to buy at 627 for £55. Thank you. Lot 269, bidding straight in at £38. 40 is the next bid. Do we see 40? 40, 42 now. At 45, 48. 50 is the next bid. Do we see 50? Yes, we do. We have 50 now on Easy Life. At 55 now. At £55. At 60. At 60. At £60 on Easy Life. Looking for 65. Do we see £65 anywhere? James, any interest? 70 now. 70. 70 on Easy Life. At £70 on Easy Life. Looking for 75. 75 now we have. At £75. 80 is the bid. 80 now. 80. At £80 on Easy Life. At £80. 85 now. At 85. 90. At £90. At 90 we have 90 now. At £90 on Easy Life. 95 is the next bid. Do we see 95? Do we see 95? At £90 with that Easy Life bidder. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 620 for £90. Lot number 270. We have bidding straight in at £12. £12 we have. Looking for 18. 18 now. At £18. £18 we have. 20 now. At £20. At £20. Are we all done at 20? Oh, we all done at 20. 22 now. At 22. £22 we have. 25. 28. At £28. At 28. 30 now. At 30. At 30. We have 30. At £30 on Easy Life. We all done at 30. Fair warning. 32 now. At £32. At £32. 35. At 35 now. At 35. Do we see 38? Yes, we do. At £38. At £38 on Easy Life. We all done at £38. Fair warning. Sold to panel number 620 for £38. Lot number 271, bidding straight in at 22. Do we see 25? At £22. At £22. At 25 now. At 25. At 25 now. £25 on Easy Life. At 25. 28 now. 28's the bid. At £28 on Easy Life. At 30 now. At 30. At 30. At 32 now. At £32. At £32 on Easy Life. At £32. We all done at £32. Fair warning, 35 now, at £35, 38 now, straight back with our Hong Kong bid at £38, 40, 42, at £42 now, at £42 on Easy Life, 35, 45, sorry, 48, straight back with Easy Life at £48, do we see 50, 50 now, 55, at £55, looking for 60, do we see 60, at £55, looking for 60, do we see 60, at £55, we run out of steam at £55, fair warning, £55 to buy at 620. Lot number 272. Bidding straight in at £120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? Do we see 130 at 120? At 130 now. At 130 we have 130. Looking for 140. Do we see 140? At 140 now on Easy Life. 150 is the next bid. Do we see 150? 150 we have now. At 150. 160 now. At 160. At 160. Do we see 170? At £170 now. At 180. 190. 190, 200 now, at 200, at £200, at £200 with an Easy Life bidder looking for 220. Do we see 220? Final time of asking at £200, 220 now, at 220, 240, at 240, at 240. Are we all done at 240? At £240, looking for 260. Fair warning. Sold by 586. No, sorry, 586. 586. £240. Lot number 273, bidding straight in at £45, looking for 48. Do we see 48 anywhere? Do we see 48? We have 45, looking 48. Does the maiden bid have it at £45? Are we all done at 45? I think we are. At £45, fair warning. Buy at 516 45 pounds. Lot number 274, bidding straight in at 32 pounds, looking for 35. Do we see 35 pounds anywhere? 32 pounds, looking for 35. Any further bidding on 32 pounds, 35 now, 35, at 35, 38 now, at 38 pounds, at 38 pounds. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? We have 38 looking for 40. At 38 pounds on Easy Live, we all done at 38 pounds. Fair warning. Sold to buyer 557. 38 pounds. Lot number 275, bidding straight in at 10 pounds, look for 12. Do we see 12 pounds anywhere? 10 pounds we have, look for 12. 15 now, at 15 pounds, at 15, 20, at 20, we see 20. We have 20, looking for 22. Do we see 22 pounds anywhere? Are we all done? At 22 pounds now, 22 we have now on Easy Live. Looking for 25, do we see 25 pounds anywhere? At 22 pounds, are we all done at 22 pounds? Fair warning. Sold to buyer 581. 22 pounds. Lot number 276, bidding straight in at 10 pounds. At 10 pounds, looking for 12. 15 now, at 15 pounds. At 15 pounds, we have 15. At 15 pounds. At 15 pounds, we're all done at 15. 20 now, at 20. Do we see 22? 22 is the next bid. 25 we have. 25 on Easy Live. 28 now, at 28 pounds. At 28 pounds on Easy Live, looking for the 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? At 28 pounds, we run out of steam at 28 pounds. Fair warning. Sold by a 581 for 28 pounds. Lot number 227. Another collection of tokens here. Starting off, we have bidding straight in at 10 pounds, looking for 12. We have 12 on the sell room. 15's 18 now. We have 18. Bids run away here at 18 pounds, looking for 20. We have 18, looking for 20. Do we see 20 pounds anywhere? At 18 pounds, looking for 20. Are we all done at 18 pounds? Fair warning. It's 18 pounds, the same bar as last 581. 18 pounds. Lot number 278. Bidding straight in at 10 pounds, looking for 12. Do we see 12?
25.
25 pounds on the sell room.
28.
28 now, at 28. At 28 pounds for the sell room. At 28 pounds, looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? 30 now, online at 30. Online with Easy Live at 30 pounds, looking for 32. Do we see 32 pounds anywhere? At 30 pounds. Sell room, you coming back in. 32 now, at 32. 35 now on Easy Live. 35 with Easy Live, looking for 38. Do we see 38 pounds anywhere? 35 with Easy Live. Are we all done at 35 pounds? Fair warning. Sold to the Easy Live bidder 556, 35 pounds. Lot number 279, bidding straight in at 10 pounds, looking for 12. 15 now, 20, 22, 25. Do we see 28? We have 25, looking for 28. Do we see 28? Yes, we do, at 28 pounds now. 30, at 30, at 30 pounds. At 30 pounds on Easy Life, looking for 32. Do we see 32? Yes, we have. 32 pounds, 35. At 35 now. At 35 pounds, with the Easy Life bidder at 35 pounds. Are we all done at 35 pounds? Any further bidding at 35 pounds? Fair warning. 35 pounds to buy at 581. Thank you. Lot number 280, bidding straight in at 28 pounds on Easy Live at 28 pounds. 32 now, at 32, at 35, at 38, 42 now, at 42, at 42 pounds, at 42 pounds, 48 now, all happening on Easy Live at 55. 55 with Easy Live, looking for 60. Do we see 60? At 55 pounds, final time of asking at 55 pounds. Are we all done at 55 pounds? 60 now, 60, in the nick of time at 60. In the nick of time at 60 pounds, looking for 65. Do we see 65 pounds anywhere? Are we all done at 60? Fair warning. Sold by at 602 for 60 pounds. There we go. What are we on now? 281. Bidding straight in at 75 pounds, looking for 80. 70, 80 now. 85, 95. At 95 pounds, 100 is the next bid. Do we see 100? Do we see 100? At 95, looking for 100. Are we all done at 95? I think we are. We run out of steam at 95 pounds. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 602 for 95 pounds. Lot number 282. Bidding straight in at 25 pounds, 30 now, 35 at 35 pounds, 40 now, at 40, at 40. Do we see 42? 45 now, at 45. Looking for 48, 50 now, at 50 pounds. We have 50. 55 is the next bid. Do we see 55? At 50 pounds. Are we all done at 50? Fair warning. 55 now, 55. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Do we see 60? At 55 pounds, Final time of asking, 55. Buy at 557, £55. Lot 283, bidding straight in at £20, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? We have 20, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? Do we see 22? At £20. Are we all done at 20? Are we all done at 20? At £20. Fair warning at £20. Sold by a 593, £20. Lot number 284, bidding straight in at 22, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £25 now. 28, at 28, at £28. Do we see 30 at £28? Looking for 30, looking for 30. Do we see 30? Fair warning, are we all done at £28? £28, and to buy at 620. Lot number 285, sorry. We have interest on my books taking us to £60. It's £60 with me. £60 with me. With me at 60. 65 now. 65, 70, 75. At £75. At 75. At 75 on Easy Life. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? At £75. At £75. We all done at 75. Fair warning. 80 now. At £80. At £80. 85. At 85 now. At 85. Looking for 90. 90's next bid. 90 we have. 95 now. At £95. 100. 110. At 110. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? At 110. Looking for 120. 120 we have now. At 120. 120. At £120. We all done at 120. Fair warning. Sold by 620. 120. Excellent stuff. Right, bidding straight in on lot 286 at £48, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At 28, 50 now. At 50, 55, 55 now. 60, 60 at £60. Do we see 65? At 60, at 60, 65 now. At £65. At £65. We all done at 65. Do we any further bidding? At £65. Are we all done at 65? Fair warning. Sold to buy at 557. £65. Lot number 287, bidding straight in at £12. £12, looking for 15. 18, that's the way to do it, Sarah. At £18. Sarah bidding at 18, 20 now, at £20. At 20, 20 with Easy Life, looking for 22. Do you see £22 anywhere? At £20. We all done at 20. 25 now, at 25 with Easy Life, 30, at 30. At 30, we have 30, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? At 30. Fair warning, we all done at £30 with that Easy Life bidder at 30. 30 to buy at 593. Lot number 288, bidding straight in at £140 at 140. At 140, looking for 150. At 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? At £140, we all done at 140. Does the maiden bid have it at £140? Sold to buy at 554 for 140. Lot number lot number 289, bidding straight in at £22. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? £22. Looking for 25. Do we see 25? Does the main bid have it at £22? I think they do at £22. That's sold to buy at 515 for £22. Lot number 290. Bidding straight in at £15. Looking for 18. We have 15. Looking for 18. 18 now. 18 with Easy Life at £18. Looking for 20. Do we see 20? 20 with you, sir. 20 in the room. 20 in the room. With the room bidding at 20. 22 against you, sir. 25 with you like. 25 with you now, sir. At £25 in the room. 28 against you. 30. 30 with you, sir. At 30 in the room. £30 in the room. Are we all done at 30? With the room bidder at £30. We've run out of steam at 30. Fair warning. Sold to buy 138. £30. Lot number 291. Bidding straight in at £75. At 75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 85 now? 95, 100, 110, at 110, at £110. At 110, are we all done at 110? At £110 on Easy Life. Fair warning. Sold £110 for 556. Thank you. Right, my last sheet of today. Lot number 292, bidding straight in at £28. At £28,
Got 48.
48, 60. I've got 60. Topping out there at 60. Looking for 65. 65, 70 now. I've got 70. 70 on Easy Life. Do we see 75? At 75, at £70 on Easy Live, we all done at 70. Fair warning. £70 to buy at 602. Lot number 293, bidding straight in at £38, looking for 40. Do we see 40? We have 38 looking for 40. 40 we have now at £40. 42. 42 is the bid at £42. Do we see 45? 45 now on Easy Live at 48 now. £48 we have at £48. 50 at 50. Do we see 55? We have 50. We have 50 at £50. Are we all done at 50? Have we run out of steam at 50? I think we have at £50 on Easy Live. Fair warning. To buy at 595. £50. Thank you. Lot number 294. Bid straight in at £12 on Easy Live, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anyway? We have 12 at £12. At £12. Do we see 15? 15. 18 now at £18. We have 18 at £18. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? We have 18 looking for 20. Are we all done at £18? Or with our Easy Live bidder at £18? Fair warning. Buy at 602. £18. Lot number 295, bidding straight in at £12. £12 looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? At £12. At £12 on Easy Live, looking 18 now at £18. 22 at £22. 25 is the next bid. 28 now. £28 at 28. 30 at 30. At £30 on Easy Live, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? At £30. Are we all done at £30? Fair warning. Buy at 593. £30. Thank you. Lot number 296, bidding straight in at £12, looking for 15, 15, 18, 22, 25, 28 now at £28, at £28, at £28 on Easy Live, 30 now at 32, at £32, 35 is the next bid, 35 we have, at 38 now, at £38, at £38, at 42, 45, at £45, at 45, 48 now, at £48, at 50, we have 50, 55 is the next bid, do we see 55, 55 we have, 60 now, at £60, at £60, we all done at 60, 65 now, 70, at 70, at 70, 75, 75 now, at 75 on Easy Live, are we all done at 75? Fair warning. And sold by 643, £75. Lot number 297, bidding straight in at £75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? We have 75 at £75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? 85, 95 now, 110 at 110, at 110, looking for 120. Do we see 120 at 110, looking for 120? At £110, we all done at 110. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 602 for £110. Lot number 298, bidding straight in at 60. 65 now, 65 on Easy Live, looking for 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? 70 is the next bid, looking for 70 at £65. At £65 on Easy Live, fair warning. Sold to 620 for £65. Lot number 299, bidding straight in at £160, looking for 170. Do we see 170? At £160 on Easy Live, looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170? At £160, 180 now, at 180. 200 now, at 200. At 200, looking for 220. Do we see 220? At 200, looking for 220. Are we all done at £200? Fair warning. Sold by 553 for £200. My final lot of today, lot number 300, bidding straight in at £35, looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? Looking for 38. Do we see 38? At £35, looking for 38. Are we all done at £35? Does the maiden bid have it at 35? I think they do. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 584 £38. Right, handing over to my colleague Gareth Wasp, who will be taking us through the rest of the auction. Thank you. Take my water.
Okay, lot number 301, and I'm up at £240 now, at 240 now, £240. At 240 then, at 240, at 240. Any advance then, selling online on Easy Live at £240. I sell That's 240, buyer 565. Lot number 302, we're up to 240 again at £240 and at 240, at £240 at 240, any advance, 280 bid, 280, at 280, 320 now, 320 at £320, 340 now, 340, at 340 then, at 340, at 340 then, at £340 then, all done at £340, selling Easy Live Auctions then, all done at 340, I sell. £340 is 565, same buyer as last there. Lot 303, the coin forgeries there, and £55 is my start at 55. Looking for 60 now at £55 at 55. Any advance then at 55, then selling online at 55. Made a bid online at 55, all done and selling at 55. £55 is sold to buyer 568. Lot number 304, the replica coins there, and £15 is bid at 15 then, at £15, £18 at 18, 20 is bid, 22 now, 22, 25, 28 then, £28 at 28, any advance at 28 then, 30 the bid, 3 and 0, 32 now, 32, at £32 at 32, at 32, any advance then at £32, I'm selling at 32, all done at 32 then, selling online at £32. 35 just on the hammer, I'll take that at 8 bid, 38 then, 40 bid, 2 bid, 42 then at 42, at 42, at 42, 5 the bid, 45, 48 bid, at 48 bid, plenty of seat here sir, 48 bid, 50 the bid, 50, 55 bid, and 5 and 5, 55 bid, at 55 then, all done, wrapping up, your last chance is coming online at 55 then, £55 is a buyer 589. Lot number 305, £15 is bid at 15 then, at 15, any advance then at £15, then at 15, 20 is bid now, £20 is bid at 20,
22.
and 22 on the Sarah, Sarah bidding, 25 then against you Jane, 28 then, thank you, on the Sarah now, £28, Sarah bidding then at £28, any advance at 28 then, all done at £28 then, I'm selling to the Sarah bidder, 30's against you now, James, at 30 against you, at £30 against you, at £30 on Easy Live then. Selling on Easy Live, 32 bid, 32 now, 35 on Easy Live, £38 then, 40 bid, at £40 then, at 40, at £40. Any advance of 40 then, I'm selling at £40 then, all done, online, I'm selling at £40. £40 is by at 589. Lot number 306 then, 150 starting now, at 150, any advance then at 150, at 150, at 150, any advance then. I'm selling online, it's a maiden bid of £150 then, all done, at £150 I sell. 150 is by at 572. Lot number 307. Middle there, and £50 is bid at 15, 20, 28 then on Sarah then at 28, 30 against you now, 30 against you then, at £30 against you, at £30 against you James, at £30 then on Easy Live Auctions at £30 then, at 30, any advance at 3 and 0, at £30 I'm selling at £30. £30 is by at 626. Lot number 308. Silver medal there, doubling interest there, £18 is bid at 18 then, at 18, 20 is a bid, £20 then, 2 bid, 22 then, at £22, 25 then on Sarah, 30 is bid now against you, £30 against you, at 30 on Easy Live Auctions, 32 now, 5 bid, 5, at 35, 8 the bid, £38, 40 the bid, £40 a bidding, at £40 now, 40, any advance at 42 bid, at £42, 5 bid, 45, at 45, at 45, £48, 50 the bid now, £50, at £50, 55, at 55, 60's bid, £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, at 65 then is bid, at 65, 70, at £70 then, at £70, any advance then at £70, I'm selling at £70, all done, at £70 I'm selling, your last chance online, at £70 I sell. £70 is a buyer at 626. Lot number 309, Fobs again, 220 is bid now, 220 at £220 then at 220, any advance then at 220, at 220, it's the maiden bid online, on Easy Live then, I will sell at £220, all done and selling at 220, 220 is buy at 504. Lot number 310, the medals and tokens there. £20 is starting online at £20 online at 20. 22 in the room now, 5 against you already. At 5 against you now, 28 in the room now, £28 in the room at 28. 30 against you now, sir. 32 back in the room at 32 in the room at £32 in the room at 32. Any advance then at 32. I'm selling in the room at £32. You're, sir, at 32. 138 the buyer at £32. Thank you very much. We move on now to lot 311, and £55 is my start. At 55.65 is bid now. At 65, 70 bid, 705 bid, £75 at 75, £75 is bid, 75. Any advance then? I'm all done. And selling then online, £75. Fair warning coming at £75. £75 is by at 630. Lot number 312, 1975 Royal Mint there, and 12.15 is bid now. £15 is bid at 15. 22 now bid on the sale room at 22 at £22. 25 against you, James, on Easy Live then at 25. Any advance then at 25 at £25. All done then. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £25. 28 bid, 28 then at £28 then at 28 then. All done at 28. I'm selling at £28. All done and selling at 28. £28 is 589. Lot number 313, £32 then, doubling interest there. 32, 8 bid, 38, 42 bid, 48, 55 bid, 65 bid, 65 now, 65. Any further interest then at 65. At 65, 70 bid now, 75 bid, 75, 80 bid, 80 bid, at 80, at £80 and at 80, at £80 and at 80, at £80. Any advance at £80? At £80, we all done at 80, and I'm selling at £80. All done and selling at £80. Your last chance is coming at £80. I'm selling. £80 is by 643. Lot number 314. Various medals there again. 14 in the lot. £60 is bid now. £60 is starting. It's my start at 60. At £60, 5 the bid. 65 now. At 65 then, at 65, 70 bid, 5 bid now, 75, 80 bid, 85, 90s bid, at £90 then, at 90, at 95 now, £100, 110, 120 now, 130, at 130 now, at 130, 140 bid, 150, 160 bid, 170, 180, excuse me, 180. At £180 then, at 180. Any advance then? I'm selling at £180 then. All done at 180, 190 bid. 190, £200 now. At 200 then, at 200. Any advance then at £200. I'm selling at 200 then, online at £200 then. At £200 we sell. £200 is by 616. 315, the coins there, £70 is bid. I've got 75, 80 with me. It's my commission bid at 80. At £80, my bid's 80. 85, the commissions are out. 5, 95, 100, 110 now. 110 at £110 at 110. At 110 at £110 at 110. Any advance then at 110 at £110. At 110. Any advance then? I'm selling online at £110. All done and selling at 110. 110 is 589. Lot 316. Henry Yates coinage there, and you've got 180. I've got 200 starting here on commission with me. 240 you're up to now. 260 bid, 280 bid, 280 now. At 280, at 280, £300 now. At 300. At 300 then, at £300 then, at 300. Any advance then at 300. At £300 then, at 300. Any advance at £300. Selling then online at £300. We've done at 300. £300 is by at 611. Lot 317 now, and I bid 110 now. I've got 130 here, 140, 170 now online. The commissions are left early at 190 bid, at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, 200, 220 bid, 220, at 220. Any left then at 220, 240 bid now. At £240 then, at 240, at 240 then, at 240. Any advance at £240 then, selling at £240 then, I'm sell 240 by 624. Lot 318, Elizabeth I, second issue there, penny, and I bid £16. It is bid at £16 then, at 16. at £16 then at 16, at 16, any advance then at 16, all done at 16, it's a made a bid online at £16 then, fair warning and selling at £16, £16 is buy at 539, lot number 319, Jay's first coins there, and you've got 32, I've got 35 here with me, on commission at 35, 38, 40 with me, my commission bid is 40, it's with me at £40 then, it's my commission bid then at £40, at 40, 42, commission is out then, at £42, online at 42 then, all done at £42 then, selling at £42, 5 bid, at 45 now, 45, at 45, 48 bid, 48 then, at £48 then, at 48, selling at £48 then, all done at £48, £48, sold, to buy at 556. Lot number 320 now, and £90 is bid at £90, commissions are out at £90 and at 90, at £90 and at 90, at 90, any advance and at £90, I'm selling at £90, online, made a bid, no extra bidding at 90, £90 is sold to 535. Lot number 321. Farthings there, £12 is starting online at 12. We're looking for 15 now, £12 at 12. At £12 then, any advance then at £12, at 12 then, selling online at 15 bid, at 15 and 18 bid, at £18 and at 18, at £18 and at 18, any advance then at 18, selling at 18, at 1 and 8, all done and selling. £18 is by a 557. Oh no, hang on.
No, John,
It's 556.
the hammer went.
Okay, it came in after the hammer, so that is £18 to buy at 556. Thank you. Lot 322, the British hammered coins there, and I'm bid 360, 380 now. Online is 380, £400, 420 now, 420, 420. At £420 then, at 420. Any advance then at £420 then at 420. At £420, at 420, at 440, at 440. Any advance then at 460 then, at 460, at 460, at 460, at £460, at 460. All done. Selling then online at £460. I sell. 460 is buy at 587. Lot number 323. And bid £150 then at 150, at 150, at 150 then, at £150, at 150 online at 160's bid, at £160 bid, at 160, at 160, 170 now, 170, at 170, at 170, any advance then at £170 then, all done, at 170, selling then at £170, all done at 170, 170 is buyer 643. Lot number 324, and I'm bid 2 competing bids. I'm starting at 120 now, with me on commission at 120, at 120, at 120, then with me at 120, at £120, then at 120, at 120. Any advance then, I'm selling on commission then at £120, all done at 120. 120 is by 2098. 325 now, the Charles II shilling there, £75 is starting online, 75, £80 then at £80 then, at 85 against you, it's 90 on the serum now, £90 on serum, at £90, at £90 on the serum then, 95 against you now James, 100 on the serum, £100, 110 against you on the serum, 120 on the serum now, 130, 130, 130, they're coming back James. At £130 then on Easy Live Auctions at £130, all done at 130. 130 is by at 643. Lot number 326 then, and £15 is bid then at 15. At £15 then is bid at 15. At £20 is bid 5 bid now 5. 25, 28 then. At £28 then at 28. At 28 then at 28, £30 then is bid, at £30 then at £30, at 30, any advance then at 30, 32 then at 32, at £32 then at 32, all done at £32, any advance at 32 then. Last chance online at £32, all done at 32 we sell. £32 is 643. Lot number 327. The copper farthings there, £100 is starting online at 100, at £100, then at 100. Any advance at 100, 110, 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 120, 120, 120 now, 120, at 120, at 120. Any advance then at 120, at 130, at 130, at 130, at 130, at 140 now, at 140, at 140, 140 now, at 140. All done, selling at 140, 140 sold to buy at 589. Lot number 328, the tin farthings there. And you've got 110 online, I've got 120 against you then, at 120 with me, at 120, 130 now, the commission is out, at 130 bidding online, at 130, £130 then at 130, selling online at 150 now, 150, 150 then, £150 then at 150, at 150, at 160 then, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, £160 I sell, 160. 556. Lot number 329, the 6% there, and £85 bid at 85, then at £85, at £85, then at 85, 90 bid, £90, then at 90, at 90, at £90, then at £90, then at 90, 95, 90, 100, 110, 120 bid, 120, 120 now. At 120, at 120, 130 bid, 130, at 130, 140 bid, 150 bid, £150 then, at 150, at 150, at 150, at £150 then, at 160's bid, at 170 now, at 170, 170, 170, any left there, at 170 I'm selling, all done, selling at 170, 170 is 643. Okay, lot 330 now, 55 is bid, straight in at 55, at 55, any advance then at £55, at 55, at 55, 65 bid, 65 the bid, at £65 then, at 65, any advance then at 65 then, at 65 then, at 65, 75, £85 is bid now at 85, looking for a 90 now, at 85 then I'm selling, at 85, all done, at 85, £85. Is buy at 528. Lot number 331, the farthings there. £60 is bid, at 60 bid, at 60 bid, then at 60, at £60, then at 60, any advance, 5 bid, 65 then is bid, at 65, then at 65, 70 bid now, £70, then at £70, at £70, then at £70, at 70, at £70, then at 70, at £70, then we all done at £70, selling at £70, then fair warning at 70, £70, 556. Lot number 332, £65 is bid, at 65 then is bid, at 65 then is bid, at 65 then, at 65, at £65, at 65, then he left then, at 65 then, all done, at 65 I sell, 75, just in time that one player, wasn't it? Yeah, lucky, £75 is bid, at 75 then, at 75 then, last chance at 75, £75 is 514. You doing it good?
No.
Ah.
Just watch it.
I got a slap wrist.
Well done. From there. Okay, we move on swiftly to lot number treble 3, this 1709, half crown then, and £50 is bid, £50 online at 50. At £50, 5 the bid, £55 is bid, at 55 then, at 55, any advance then at £55, and we all done at 60 bid, 6 and 0, £60 then at £60, any advance at £60 then, selling at £60, all done, at £60 then, all done and selling at 65 bid, 65, at 65 then, at 65, at 65, at 65 then, all done and selling at £65, 65 is 620. Lot number 334, the shillings then, and 95 you've got online, 100, 110 online, on Easy Live Auctions at 120 now, 120. 130 on the Sarah, thank you Willie, at £130 then, at 130, and welcome, at £130 then, on the Sarah, and then at 130, I sell, at £130 then, 140 bid, 140 now. Are they coming back, Willie? No, it's shaking their head then, £140 then, I'm selling, Easy Live Auctions at 140, 140 is 643. Lot number 335 now, £60. 95 is bid now at 95, and £95 is bid. At 95 then, at 95. Any advance then at £95. At 95. All done at 95 then. Selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 95. 95 is buyer 597. Lot number 336 then, 1714 then, farthing, £60 is bid then at £60 bid at 60, looking for the 5 please, at £60, £60 then, at £60 then, looking for 5. So made a bid then, at £60 we're selling, all done, at £60 then, 70 bid now, 70 bid, at £70 then, at 70, any advance then, I'm selling, at £70, £70 is buyer 597. Lot number 337, similar lot again then, and £100 is bid down, £100, 110 with me, 110 with me at 110. On my commission bid is 110. My commission bid at £110 then, 120, 130 my commission. My bid is 140. Commission is out at £140 then, at 140 then, at 140. £140 on Easy Live we sell. 140 is buyer 630. Lot number 338, £120 then is bid 120, 120, 120 at £120 then at 120. Any advance then at 120, at 120. Any advance then I'm selling at £120 then. All done and selling online. Made a bid on Easy Live Auctions at 120. 120 is buyer 554. Lot number 339. The dump issue farthing there, and £60 is bid then at £60 then, at £60, 60, any advance at £60 then, and made a bid online at £60 on Easy Live Auctions at 60. Any advance then, I will sell at £60 then, all done at £60. £60 is 597. Box number 340. £65 is bid at 65 then is bid at 65 on Easy Live Auctions at 65, 75, 85, 90 the bid at 9 and 0 at £90 then at 90, 95, 100 the bid, 100 at 100 at £100 at 100 at 100 at 100 £100 then at 100. Any further interest then? Selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £100, 110 now, 110 just in time at 110, 120's bid now at 120, at 120, at 120. All done, selling then at 120, all done at 120. 120 is buyer 557. Lot number 341, £32 is my start. Online at Easy Live at 32, at £32, at 32, 35, 40 bid, £42 is bid now, 42, at £42 then a bid, £42 then at 42. Any advance then at 42, at £42 then at 42. All done then at £42. Fair warning then, I'm selling at 42, 42, 557. Lot number 342 and 170 starting online at 170, 180, 190 bid, 190 now, 190. What, 200 in the room now, 200 bid in the room, 220 against you, 220, 240 in the room now, bidding in the room at £240, 240 in the room at 240 then. Any left then? I'm selling in the room at £240, all done at 240. 240 is buyer 162, 240. Lovely, thank you. Lot number 343. And I bid £140 then at 140, at 140, at £140 then at 140, at 140, 150 then, £150, 150, at 150, at 150. At £150 then at 150. Any advance then at 150, at 150. Fair warning then, selling at £150, all done at 150. 150 is buyer 643. Lot number 344. £65 is bid at 65, 75, 80 with me now. £80, 590 with me. My commission bid is £90, £100 with me. 110 now with me, £110. It's with me at 110. At 110, £110 then at 110. Any advance then at 110. At £110 then, I'm selling on commission. At £110 I sell. 110, 1057 the buyer. Lot 345 now. Georgian halfpennies then, and you've got 260 online at £260 then, at 260, at 260, at 260, 280 bid now, 280, at 280, £300 now, he's bid at 300, 320 bid, at 320 then, at 320 then, at 320, at 340 then, at 360 then, 380 bid, 380, £400 now, 400, at £400 then, at 400, any advance then at 400, at £400 then, at £400, we all done at 400 then, I'm selling at £400 then, on Easy Live Auctions, all done at 400, £400 is by at 556. Lot number 346 then, 170's bid at £170 then, at 170, at 170, at 180 bid, 180, 190, 190, 200, at 200, 220, 220, at 220, at 220 now, £220 then, online at 240 bid, at 240, at 260 bid, 260, at 260, at 260, at 260, at £260 then, all done, at £260 then, selling online at 260, 260 is by at 556. Lot number 347, £500 is bid at £500, at 500 then, at £500 then, at 500, any advance at 500 for the guinea there, at £500 then, are we all done at 500 then? Selling then at £500 then, all done, and selling at £500. £500 is by 641. Have a little drink. Moving on to 348. And I bid 30, 32 you've got already, 38 now, £38, 42 bid, 45, so 48 bid, at 48 then, at 48 then, at £48, at 48 then, at £48, any advance then at 48 then, at 48, all done then, and selling online at £48 then, fair warning at 48 then, £48 is by 589. Lot number 349 now, and I bid 60, oh, huh? 70 with me, 75, 80 with me, my commission bid 90 with me, 100, 110 with me, 120, 130 I've got. It's £130 then, 140 commission is out, at £140 online on Easy Live Auctions at 140 then, selling online at 140, it's just you now I'm afraid sir, at 140, at 140, at £140 then, selling at £140 all done at 140, 140, 589. Lot number 350, 75 bid, 80 bid, 90 bid, with me at £90 at 95, 100 with me, my commission bid at 110, commissions are out at 110, online at 110, at £110 then, online at 110, any advance then at 110 then, selling at £110 all done, and selling at 110 all done, 110 is by 589. Lot number 351, 440's bid at £440 then, at 440 then, any advance then at 460's bid, now 480 bid, 480, 480, at 480 then, £500 now, is bid at 500, at £500, any advance then at £500, at 500, at £500 then, are we all done at 500? Fair warning then, I'm selling at £500, all done at 500, £500 is by at 620. Lot number 352, the half pennies there, and £10 then is bid at 10 then, looking for 12 please, at £10 then, at 10, at 10, any advance then at £10, selling then, 12 bid, at £12 then, at 12 bid, at 12 then, at 12 then, are we all done at 12? Fair warning then, all done, and selling at £12, £12, 589. 353, £120 is bid at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120, any advance then at 120, at 120, all done at £120 then, 130 bid, 130, at £130 then, at 130, at 130, any advance at £130 then, all done at 130, fair warning then, at £130 then, selling at 130, 130 is by at 589. Lot number 354, £240 is bid at 240 then for the half sovereign, at 240 then, at 240, any advance at 240 then, selling at £240 then, 260 is bid now, 280 bid, at 280 then, at 280 then, at 280, at 280. We all done at £280 then? Fair warning, and selling at £280. 280 is by 643. Lot number 355, the sovereign there, £500 is bid at 500 then, at £500 then, at 500, at £500. Any advance then at 500. I'm selling then at £500, at 500. Are we all done? At £500 then, at 500. Could we go in 20s? Is there a chance we can do that, please? Looking for 520, please. I'll allow 520. Any interest? Worth that extra bid at 520 then? At £500 then. Last chance coming at £500. £500 is by 566. Lot number 356 now. And bid £45 at 45, then at £45, then at 45, 48 bid, 48 then at £48 at 48, at 48, at £48, at 48. Any advance then at £48, at 48. We all done at £48, at 48 then. Fair warning then at £48, all done at 48. £48 is by a 589. Lot number 357 then, the farthing there, £28 is starting online at 28 then it's bid. At £28, at £28, at 28, any advance then at 28. At 32 bid, 32, 38 bid, £42 now, 42 then, 48 bid, 48, at £48, at £48, and we all done at 48. At £48 then. Fair warning then, I'm selling online at £48, all done at 48. £48 is by 528. Lot number 358, the farthing there, £25 is bid, at 28, £25 is bid, at 25, any advance then at 25, at £25, at 25 then, at £25, 28 bid now, 28 then, at 28 then, at 28, at £28, all done at 28 then, £28 is by 589. Lot number 359, the farthing then, £20 is bid then, at £20 then at 20. Any advance 5 bid, 5 bid, 30 bid, 2 bid, 32 then at 32, at 32, at £32, at 32, at £32, at 32. All done at £32, at 32. Any advance then at £32, all done at £32. £32 is 589. Lot number 360 now, 220 is bid, 220, at 220, at £220 then, at 220, at 220, at 220 then, any advance at 220 then, at 220 then, at 220, all done at £220 then. Last chance coming then, people online, at 220 we sell. 220 is by 608. Lot number 361 and 120 is bid, £120 then at 120, at 120 then at 120, at 120, at 120. Any advance then at 120 then. Selling at £120, all done at 120. 120 is by 588. Lot number 362, £90, £100 with me now, 110 with me, 110, it's against you online at 110. With me at £110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110. At £110 then. Selling on commission at £110 all done. 110 is buyer 1057. Lot number 363, the farthings there, £90 is starting online at 90, at £90 then is bid, at £90, any advance at 90, at £90 then at 95, 100, 120, 140 now, £140 is bid, at 140, at £140 then at 140, at 140, 160 bid, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, at £160, at 160, at 160, at 160, at 160, all done at £160 then. Fair warning at £160, 160,608. Lot number 364 now, and I bid 55 online at 55, then at £55, at 55, at £55, then at 55, at 55. Any advance then at 55 then. I'm selling at £55 then, all done at 55. £55 is by 565. Lot 365, the groats there, and £48 is bid then at 48 then. At 48 then, any advance then at £48. At £48 then, at 48. Any advance then at 48 then. Are we all done? £48 then. 55 bid, 55. At 55 then, at 55. Any advance at £55, selling online at 55. 55 is buyer 565. Lot number 366 now, the Sovereign, £500 is bid, then online at 500. Could we go 20s for this, please? And that would be for the next few lots. Looking for 520 then, please. I'll take 520, thank you, at 520. At 520 now, at 520. Any advance then? At £520 then, at 520. All done then? At £520 I'm selling. 520 is buyer 648. Okay, got 500, looking for 520 then please. At £500 then, looking for 520. 520 again, thank you. At 520, at £520 then I'm selling at 520. 648 the buyer. Lot number 368, similar lot again then. Sovereign there, looking for 520 please. 520 is bid, thank you. At 520 then. At 520 then, selling at 520. 520 is buyer 648. Lot number 369 now. At 500 is bid, looking for 520. 520, thank you. At £520. At 520. Any advance then? Selling at 520. 520 is buyer 648. Half sovereigns now. Could we go in tens, please? So we've got 260 now online. I'll take 270, please. At 260, looking for 270. At 260, looking for 270, please. Any advance then? Selling then online at 260. 260 is buyer 579. Lot number 371 now. 260, looking for 270, please. At 260, looking for 270. All done then, and selling at 260. 260 is buyer 579. Lot number 372 then, and 260 is bid then, at 260, looking for 270 please. Any interest? Sell that then at 260. 260 is buyer 614. Lot number 373, 260, looking for 270 please. Any further interest then? Selling then at 260. 260 is buyer 579. Lot number 374, 260 then, looking for 270 please. Any interest? No, we're going to pass that by. Sorry, I'm not going to pass it, am I? I'm going to sell it. 260. 579. We move on to lot 375. 260 is bid, looking for 270. Okay, at £260 then, I'm selling at 260. 260 is money. 579 is the buyer. Moving on to 376 then, 130 is bid at 130 then, at 130, 140 in the room now, 140 in the room. I've got a bid in the room at 140, 150 against you sir, 160 in the room, 160 in the room at 160. Any advance then? I'm selling in the room at £160, full done at 170 against you sir. 180 in the room now, 180 in the room at 180. Any advance? 190 against you now sir. £200 in the room now, in the room at 200. Any advance then at 200. I'm selling in the room at £200, all done at 200. 200 is 138. Lot number 377. 120 is bid now, 120. At 120 then, at 120, the crown there, at 120. Any advance then? At 130 bid, 130, at 130 bid, at 130, £130 then, at 130, at 130, at 130, all done at £130. 130 is buyer 620. Lot number 378 and £65 is bid at 65 then. At 65, looking for 70 now. At 65, 70 bid, 5 the bid now. At 75 then, at 75. At 75 then, are we all done at 75? Selling then at £75, all done at 75. 75 is buyer 643. Lot number 379, and I bid £95 straight in at £95, at 95, at 95, at 95, at 95, at 95, 130, at 130, 140, at 140, at 140 pounds, then at 140, at 140, at 140, then at 140, 150, 160 bid, 160 pounds, 170 bid, 170, at 170, at 170, all done at 170. Fair warning at 170 pounds, 180 bid, 180, at 180 then, 190 bid, 190 then, 190 pounds then at 190, all done at 190. 190 is by 610. We move on now to lot 380 then, the crown then, 65 is starting then a bid, 75 bid, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 then, at 75, at 75 pounds, all done at 75 then, fair warning then, and selling at 75 pounds, 75 is by 643. Take off my jacket, it's a bit warm up here, isn't it? Okay, we're moving on now to lot number 381 and £48 is bid at 48 then. At 48 looking for 50 now please. At £48 then. Selling then at £48, all done at £48, 55 bid just in time at 55. At 55 then, at 55 then, all done at £55. 55 is by at 606. Lot number 382 then. 55 is bid at 55 then, at bid 55 then, at 55, at 55, 65, at £65 is bid at 65, any advance 70 bid, 70 bid then, at 70 bid, at £70 then, at 70, at 70, any advance then, and selling at £70, £70 is by 620. Lot number 383 now, the crown there, £80 is bid then at 80, looking for 5 now at £80 bid, at £80 then, any advance then at £80, selling then, it's the made a bid at £80, all done then, and selling at 80. £80 is by 572. Lot number 384, 130 is bid, £130 at 130, at 130 then, at £130 then, at 130, at 130 then, at 130. Any advance then, I'm selling at £130, all done at 130. 130 is by 588. Lot number 385, £170 then is bid at 170, looking for 180 now, 170 at 170, any advance then at 170, 180, 190 bid, 190 at 190 then, any advance then, selling at 190, 220 is bid now, 220, at 220, 240 bid, at 240, at £240 then, at 260 is bid, at 260 then, at 260, at 260, all done and selling at £260, 260 is by 620. Lot number 386, £1,100 is bid, 1100 then, at £1,100, at 1100, at £1,100 then, any advance then at 1100, at £1,100 for the crowns there, 52 in the lot, £1,200 is bid now, at 1200 then, at 1200, all done, and selling then at £1,200 then, last chance online at 1200, £1,200 is 620. Lot number 387, £50 is bid now, £50 is bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 is bid, at 50, any advance then, at £50 then, all down at 55 bid, at 55 then, at 55, selling at £55, all down at 55, 55 is by 577. Lot number 388, £60 is bid, at £60 bid, £60, at £60 then, at 60, at 60, any advance then, at £60 then, at £60, we all done at £70 bid, 75, at 75, 75, at 75, then at £75, we all done at £75, selling at 75, 80 the bid, 80 the bid, at £80 then, at 80, at 80, at £80 then, all done at £80 then, 5 the bid, 5, 85, now last chance then, at 85 I sell, 85, is by 620. Lot number 389 then, £90 is starting at 90, at 90, looking for 5 now please, 5, 100 bid, at 100, at 100, at 110 now, at 110, at £110, at 120 bid, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120, any further interest then, all done, and selling at £120, 130 bid, 130 now, 130, at £130, 30 is by 589. Lot number 390, £75 is bid at 75 then, at 75, any advance then at 75 then, it's the main bid at 85 bid, at 85 then bid, at 85 then, 95 bid, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95, we're done at 110 now, 110, at 110, at 110, at any advance then at £110, all done, at 110 I sell, 110 is buy at 594. Lot number 391, £110 is bidding there at 110, at 110, 130 now bid, £130 at 130, 150 now, 150, 170, 190 bid, 220, 220 now, 220, at 220, at £220 then at 220, at 220 then, at 220, any advance then at £220 then, all done, at £220 then, fair warning at 220, 220 is buy at 588. Lot number 392 then, £110 bid, 110 at 110, £110, 130 bid, 130, 140 bid, £140 is bid at 140, any advance at 140 then, at £140 then, selling at £140, all done, at £140, fair warning at 140. 140 is 620. Lot number 393, £55 is bid at 55 then, at 55 then is bid at 55, any advance then at £55, 60 now, Sarah, 65 against you, 65 against you, Will. Are they coming back? At 65 then, all done, last chance Willie, 70 too late, 70 on easy live then at 70, you must be quicker, sale room, at £70, you coming back for 75? Come on, it's only a fiver. £70 then, all done.
75.
There we go, there we go. £75 on the sale room now. Sale room bidding now at 75 then, all done at £75. I'm selling the first sale room bidder for me today.
SR 351246.
Lovely, thank you William, and thank you to the sale room. £75. Lot number 394 now, £35 is bid, at 35 then is bid, at 35, looking for 40 now please, 38 sorry, at £35 at 35, at 35, at 35, any advance then, made a bid then, online we sell, or at 35, 35 is buy at 577. Lot number 395 then, and I'm up to £170 at 170, at 170, at 170 then. For the proof florin at £170 then, at 170. Any advance then, I'm selling at £170, all done at £170. 170 is 588. Lot number 396, £15 is bid, at 15 then a bid, at £15, £20 is bid, 20, 30 bid, at £30, at £30, at 35 bid, 35, 40 bid, 42 bid, at 42, at 48 bid, 48 then, 50 the bid, 50 bid, £50 then at 50 bid, at £50. Any advance then at £50 then, selling at £50, all done, and selling at 50. £50 is buy 620. Lot number 397 then, and I bid £20 on commission at 20, with me at 20, at £20, 2, 5 with me, 25 with me, commission bid, 28, 30 with me, 32, commission is out, at 32, 42, 48 bid, 50 bid now, 55 bid, at £55, at 55, at 55 then, at £55, at 55, all done, and selling at £55. 55 is buy at 557. Lot number 398. £32 is bid, at 32 looking for 5 now, at 32, any advance there, 32, 8 bid, 48, 50 the bid, 55 bid, at 55 then, at 55 then, at 60 the bid, £60 then at 60, at £60 then at 60, at £60 then at £60 then at 60, at £60 then at 60, any advance then at £60 then, all done, and selling at £60, all done and selling at 60, £60 is 589. Lot number 399, £42 is bid, at 42 then, at 42 looking for 5 now, 42, at £42 then at 42, any advance then at 42, 8, 50 the bid, 55 bid, 60 the bid, at 6 and 0, 6 and 0, at £60, 60, looking for 5 now, at £60 then, all done, and selling at £60. £60 is buy at 589. Moving on, another clean sheet there. We move on to lot number 400 now. £38 is bid. 38.40, 2 bid. 40, 50 the bid. 5 bid. 55 now. At 55 bid. At 55 then. At 55 then. At 55, 60 the bid. £60 then. At £60 then. At 65 then. At 65. 65 then. At 65, 70 bid. At £70 then. £70 then. At £70. All done. At £70 then. Fair warning. All done and selling at 70. £70 is by 616. Lot 401, the Victoria Farthing there, £140 is bid at 140. At 140 then, at 140. Any advance then at 140. 150 is bid, now 150.
70.
170 now, thank you William. On the Serum now, 170. Looking for 180 please, 180 is bid.
190.
200 I've got now, sorry Will. At 200, it's all right. At 200 now, at £200. Are you coming back, Serum, at £200 then? 220 now, on the Serum at 220. Easy Live, are you coming back for 240 please? No? At £220 then, you're going to let it go to the Serum bidder at £220 then. Fair warning at 220. 220.
SR 1535955.
Lovely, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Willie. Lot number 402, £120 is bid. At 120, at 120, at 120. At 130, at 130, at 130, £130 at 130. Any advance at 130 then? I'm selling online. Easy Live has this one at £130. 130, 240. 403 then, the Victoria Farthings there, £140 is bid at 140, well above estimate there at £140, at £140, 160, 170, £170 at 170, 170, 170, £170 then at 170. Are we all done? At 180 now, 180, 190 bid. £200 is bid now at 200, at £200 then, at 220, at 220, at 220, at 220, at 220, all done at £220 then, fair warning at 220. 220 is by 616. Lot number 404, £75 is bid at 75 then, at £75 then, all done at 75. Any advance then at £75, at 75, we all done. And selling at £75, all done at 75. £75 is by 594. Lot number 405, 75 bid, 75 then, at £75, 80 bid, 80, 85, 85 then, at 85 then, at £85, at £85 then, at 85, at 85, at 85, all done, and selling at £85, £85, 589. Lot number 406, the Sovereign there, can we go in 20s please, and I bid £500 then, looking for 20 then, at £500 then, 520, thank you, at 520 then. Online at 520, selling at £520, all done, at 520. 520 is by at 572. Lot number 407, similar again please, 20s. 520 is bid, thank you, at 520 then, at 520, at 520. Any advance, selling at 520 then. 520, and similar again please, 520 please, 520 is bid then, at 520 then, at 520, any advance then at 520, all done, selling at 520, and lot number 409, 260 is bid, looking for 270, 260 then, selling at 260, okay, and that's 260 is by 579. Okay, moving on to the half sovereign then. Half sovereigns, sorry. 410, 260 is bid at 260. Any advance then at 260, we sell. 260 is by 579. And again, similar lot again at 260. Any advance at 260? 260. Lot number 412 then, £260 is bid, 260, any advance at 260. Selling then at 260, And lot 413 now, same lot again, 270 please. Any interest? I've got 260 already. All done then at 260. Lot 260 then. Sorry, 24. I'm going crazy now. 414 at £260 is bid. Any advance then at 260. Sold at 260. Lot number 415, 260 then is bid. Any advance at 260? Okay, we're on to 415. And 416 then is 260. Any advance then? Nope, I'm going to sell that at 260. Lot number 417 now, and I'm bid 150 online. I've got 160 here on commission. At 160 with me, 160, 170 with me now. 170 with me, £170 then at 170 with me at 170. Any advance then at £170 then. Selling on commission at 170. Any advance? Selling then on commission at 170. 170 is buyer 1057. Lot 418. Where should we start? £22 is bid at 22 then, online at 22. Any advance at £22 then? At 22 then. At 22. Any advance then? Selling then at £22. 22 is buyer 588. Lot number 419, £65 is bid, 65, 75 bid, 75 then at 75, at 80 is bid now at £80 then at 80, at 85 then on Sarah now at 85, 90 against you Will at 90, 95 on Sarah at 95, £100 now at 100 on Sarah at 100, at 100, 110 on Easy Live now, at 110 on Easy Live then, at 110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110, all done, selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 110. 110 is buyer 610. Lot number 420 now, and I bid £55 a bid at 55, at £55 at 55. All done at £55 then, fair warning at 55. 55 is buyer 606. Lot number 421, £12 is bid at 12, looking for 15 now at 12. At £12 then, selling then on 15 in the room, thank you. 15, 18 against you now, sir. £18 against you, sir. At 18, 20 in the room now. 22 against you, sir. £22 then. Online, I'm selling at £22 online. £22 is 588. Lot number 422, the sovereigns there. Can we go in 20s, please? Thank you. 520 is bid then. Lovely, thank you. £520 then, all done. 520 is by 572. A similar lot again then, at 423 then, and I bid £520 at 520 then, at 520. Any advance then? At 520. 572 for 520. Lot number 424 then, and I bid 520 now at £520 then, at 520. At 520. Any advance then? At 520. 520. 572 the buyer. Similar lot again then, 520 is bid at 520, any advance then at 520. At 520 we sell. 520 to buy 572. Lot 426, similar lot again, 520 then is bid at 520 then, any advance then and selling at 520. 572, 520. Lot number 427. 520 is bid then at £520 is bid. Any advance then and selling at 520. 572 for 520. Lot number 428 then, similar lot again then please. And 520 is bid then at 520 then. At 520, any advance then at 520. 520 for 572. Lot number 429, the South African Mint Sovereign there, 520 is bid then, at 520. At 520, any advance then at 520. 520 for 572. Moving on now. to the half sovereigns now. 260 is bid at 260 then. At 260, any advance then selling at 260? 260 is, was that live?
579.
It was 5, thank you. Same lot again then, 260 again. Any advance at 260? 260 for 579. Same lot again, 260. This time it's different buyer. At £260 then. Any advance then? All done at 260. 260 is buy at 519. Lot number 433, half sovereign there. 280 is bid now. At 280 now. At £280 then. At 280. All done at 280 then. Selling at 280. 280 is buy at 550. Lot number 434 now. 260 is bid now. 260 at 260. Any advance at 260. Selling at 260 then. 260. 519. Lot number 435. £400 is my start. At £400 then. At 400 then. At 400. Any advance at £400 then. Selling online. It's auto bid online at £400 then. All done and selling at 400. £400 is by 588. Lot number 436, the half crowns there. £100 is bid at 100, 110 now. At 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110. Any advance then? At 110 we sell. 120 just in time at 120 now. At 120, all done. At 130, at 130, at 130, all done. At £130, 140, at 150 now. At 150. At £150, at £150 then, at 150, at 150, at £150 then, all done, at 150, 150 is 620, 437 then, £80 is bid at £80, at £80, at 80, 85, at 85, £85, at 85, 90 the bid, £90 then at 90, at £90 then at 90, at £90 then at 95 the bid now, 95, £100 then at 100, 110, 120 now, 120 now, at 120, at 120 now, 120, at 130 now, 130, £130 then. Any advance then? At £130, all done at 130, 130, 620. 438 now, £38 is bid, at £38, at 38, at 38, 42, 45, 48, bid, 48 then, at 48, at £48, 50 the bid, 55, 60, £60 then, £60 is bid, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then is bid, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, at 60, any advance then, at £60, all done, at £60, £60, 589. Lot 439, 3 pence pieces there, £20 is bid, then at 20, 25 then at 30, 30 on the serum now, £30, 32, thank you, 32 then, 35 against you now, 35 then, at 35 then, at 35, 38, I've got 38, 40 I've got here now, 42 bid, at 42, 48 bid, 50 the bid, £50 then, at £50, at £50 then, at £50 then, all done, and selling 55 then, 60 bid then, at £60 then, at £60, all done, and selling at £60, all done. £60 is by at 589. We move on now to lot number 440 now, and £240 is bid at 240 then, at £240. Any advance then at 240 then, all done, and selling at £240, all done at 240. 240 is 602. Lot number 441, and £190 is bid at 190 then, at 190. £200 in the room, I've got 200 in the room. At 200 I've taken in the room at 200. At £200 then, at 200. Looking for 220 please. At 200 then, at 200, at £200 then. All done, I'm selling in the room at £200. Buy 138 for £200, thank you very much sir. Lot 442, £38 is bid, 42, 8 bid, 48, 55, 65, 70, 70 bid, 5 bid, 75 now, 75. At 75 then, at 75 then, at 75, 80 in the room now, £80, in the room at 80, at £80, got your bid sir, 85 against you sir now, at 85 then against you, at 85, 90 in the room now, 90, thank you, 90, got your bid at 90, at 90 pounds, all done, at 90 pounds then, selling at 90, 90, 138 the buyer for 90 pounds, same buyer as last, 1443, 12 pounds is bid then, at 12 then, 15 pounds then, 18 against you then, at 18 then, at 18, 28, 32, I've got 32, 8, 48, 42 bid, 45 bid, 45, Willie, are they coming in at 45? At 45 then, at 45, any advance then at 45 pounds, all done, and selling then, easy live auction at 45, 45 is 589. Lot number 444, 12 pounds is bid, then at 12, looking for 15 now please, at 12 pounds then, 15 bid, 18 the bid, 18 pounds then at 18, at 18, at 18 pounds then at 18, 20 bid now, 20 pounds then at 20, at 20 pounds 2 bid, 22 then at 22, at 22, 5 the bid, 25 then, 28 pounds, 28, 32, 35, 35 then at 35, any advance then at 35 pounds, all done then at 38 pounds then, at 38 then, at 38, 40 the bid, 40 the bid, at 40 pounds then, any advance at 40 pounds then, all done, and selling then, last chance coming at 40 pounds, 589. Okay, lot number 445, and we're bid £4,400. Can we go in hundreds, please? If not, please. 4,400. I'll take 4,500, please. At £4,400 then. Any advance then? At £4,400 then. All done. And selling at £4,400. All done at 4,400. 4,400. 601 the buy. Lot 446 is sovereign then. If we could go in 20s for these, thank you. 520 is bid. At 520 then. At 520 then. Selling at 520. 520 is buy at 572. Lot number 447, the sovereign there, the proof one there. And £500. 520 now is bid. 520 then at 520. At 520. At 520. Any advance then at £520 then. All done at 520. 520 is buy at 572. Lot number 448 then, and 260 is bid at 260 then. At 260. At 260. Any advance then at £260. All done at 260. 260 is buy at 579. We move along now to the sovereign there, and 520 is bid there at £520 then at 520.
550.
550 now, thank you. I've got 550 on the sale room. What about that then, James?
Yeah, that's free me.
Yeah, and me as well, mate. £550 then at 550. At 550. Any advance then? I'm selling then to the sale room bidder at £550. Well done, Willie.
There we go, well then. SR 878871.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 450 now. The 1953 Elizabeth II coronation proof 10 coin set. And I have two competing bids. You're up to 65 online. I've got £75 here on commission. It's 75 then. At 75 with me at 75. At 75, 85 with me. £85 with me at £85 then. At 85, any advance then? At 85 then. At 85. Commission has this one then. At 85, last chance online. All done and selling at 85. £85 is buy at 10.57. Lot number 451. 53 proof sets there, and you've got 120. That wipes the commissions out at £120. At 120. Selling then, made in bid, 130 bid, 130 bid, 130, 130 bid, 130 at £130. At 130, at 130, at £130. Any advance there at 130. All done at £130 there. 130 is buy at 589. Lot number 452, proof coins there, £95 is bid, at £95 then, at 95 then, at 95, any advance then at 95 then. Selling then, on 110 now is bid, £110 at 110. At 110, 130 bid, 140, at 140, at 140, at £140, at 140, at 140, at £140. All done, and selling at £140. 140 is 589. Lot number 453. 50p's there, £130 there. 100. It's the Blue Peter one this time. £130 for a 50 pence piece there. 130 at 130 at £130 there. See this cord? £130 for the blue P to 50p at £130 then. All done at 130, 130, 598. Lot number 454, the crowns then. 22 to bid them. At 22, 5 I've got with me, 25, 28 you're out, at 28, 30 bid, 30 bid, 30, 32 now, 35 bid, at 35 then at 35, any advance then at 35, all done then, at £35, all done at 38 then, at 38, 40, £40 is bid then, at 40, at 40, at £40 then, any advance then at £40, £40 is buy at 620. Lot number 455, £28 is bid, 28 then, 32 bid, 32 then, 35, 35 bid, at 35, at 35, at 35, 38 bid, 38 then, 40, 42, £42 at 42, at £42 at £48 bid, at £48 then, at £48 at 48, at 48, at 48, 50 the bid, at 50, 60 bid, £60, 5 bid, 65, 70 bid, 70 bid, 70 bid, at £70 then, at £70, at 70, at £70 then, all done, and selling at 70, 70, 589, 50, 456, the pennies there. £260 is bid, 260 bid for the pennies at 260, at 260. Any interest from the back? Looking confused at 280 bid, at 280. £300 then at 300, at £300, £300, 320, 320 now, 320, 340 bid, at £340 then, at 360 bid, at 360, 380, £400 now, 420 bid, £420 then, at 420, 440, £440 now. 460 on the serum, new bidder now, at 460 on the serum now. Easy Live, are you coming back? At £460 then, at 460. At £460 then, I'm selling on the serum at £460, last chance, at 460, 460.
SR 344591.
Thank you. 457, the half pennies there. £110 is bid, at 110, 120 is bid, 130, 140, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, £200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 320, 320 now, 320, 340, 340, 360 now on the serum, 380 already, against you, 380 now, 380. You coming back, serum?
400.
£400 on the serum now. £400 then for the half pennies there. At £400. Any advance there? I'm selling to the serum bidder at £400. All done at 400. £400 is
SR 344591.
same buyer as last. 458, 3 pence is there, £32 is bid, at £32 then at 32, at 32, 5, 8 bid, £38 is bid, at £38 then at 38, 48 bid, at 48 then, at 48, 50 the bid, £50 bid at 50, at £50 then at 50, 5 bid, 55 bid, at 55, 60 the bid, £60 then at £60 then at 60, any bid, 65 then at 65 then. At 65, 70's bid now. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then at 70. All done. At £70 then, fair warning. At £70, 75, just in time at 75. At 75, 80's bid now. 85 then. At 85, 90's bid. £90 then at 90. At £90 then at 90. Any advance then? At 95 then at 95. £100 then at 100. At 100. At 100. Any advance then? At £100 I'm selling. £100 is by 640. 459 then, and £12 is bid then at £12. 12, any advance then at £12. At 12 then, 15, 18 I've got. Too late, Willie. 22 now, I've got. 22, 25 I've got. 25, 28 bid, £28. 28.
30.
£30, 32 against you already, 32, 35, 38 bid, 40 the bid, 42, £42 at 42, at 45, 48 bid, 48 bid, gotta be quicker, Will, 48, come on, Sarah, at 48 then, at 48,
55.
sorry,
55.
55 bid, 55 then, on the Sarah at 55, at £55, at 55, at £55, at 55, at 55 then, all done, I'm selling Sarah now, 60, just in time, at £60. Don't look disheartened, Will. Push them for a bid. Come on. At £60. At 60. At £60, Willie.
65.
65. That's the way to do it. At 65. On the serum now. At 65. At 65. At 65. Selling then. At 65. 65.
SR 344591.
Thank you. Not sure I've ever worked so hard for a lot. For lot 460. And I'm up to £120 already. At 120 then. At 120 then. At 120. 140. 140 I've got. At 140. At 140. 160. 180. £200. 220 bid. 240 bid. £240. At 240 then. 260's bid. 280 bid. £300 now. At 300. Come on, Willie. 320. 340. At £340 then. At 340. At 340. At £340 then. At 340. 360. At 360, at 360, at 360, at £360, at £360 then, at 360, at 360, at 360. Any advance then? I'm selling online at £360, all done at 360. 360 is buyer 595. Lot number 461, and I bid £110 at 110. 110 online at 110. At £110 at 110. Any advance there at 110. 130. 130. 140. 140 now. 150. 160. At 160. At 160. At 160. At 160. At 160. At 160, £160 then at 160, at 160. Any advance then? I'm selling at £160, all done at 160. 160 is buy at 595. Lot number 462, there's silver coins there, and £240 is bid at 240, at 240. At 240, any advance then at 240 then, at 240, selling then at £240, done. 240 is buyer 603. Lot number 463, more money there, 280's bid, 280 bid now, 280, 280, at £280 then, all done at 280, selling at 320, 340, 340 then, at 340 now, at 340, at 340, all done, and selling at 340. 340 is buyer 588. Lot number 464, £100 is bid, at 100 then, at 100, at 100, at £100 then, at 100, all done at 100, fair warning, and selling at £100, all done at 100. 100 is 603. Lot number 465, £95 is bid, at 95 then, at 95, any advance at 95 for the morning money there, at 95 then, selling online, all done, it's the auto bid at 95. 95, 603. 466, £95 is bid, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95, at 95, £100 then is bid, at £100, and at £100 then, at 100, at 100, at 100, any advance then, at 100, I sell at £100. 100 is 610. Lot number 467 then, 95, 100 with me on commission at 100, my bid at 100, at £100 on commission at 100, at £100 then, selling on commission at 100. £100 commission bid is buyer 1057. Okay, moving on to 468, £95 is bid, 95 then, looking for 100 now, at 95 then, at 95, any advance then, selling at £95, all done at 95. 95 is buyer 603. Lot number 469, £85 is bid, 85 then, 85 then, at 85, last chance call, all done, and selling at 85, 95, thank you James, and thank you to Easy Life, at 95 I sell. 95 is buyer 603. Lot number 470, £90 is starting at £90 then, at 90, at 90, at 90, any advance then at £90 then, all done at £90 then, fair warning, and selling at 100 now, at 100 then, at 100, at £100 then, all done at £100, all done at 100. £100 is buyer 603. Lot number 471, £130 is bid, 130 then, 130, at 130, at 130, at £130 then, selling at £130. £130 130 is buyer 599. Lot number 472, the ancient coins there.
And connected.
Can see you right at the back there, sir. 320 then is bid. 320 at 320 at 320, 340, 360, 360, 360 pounds, 380, 400 pounds now at 400 pounds. 420, 460, 460, 480, 500, 500 I've got, 550, 550, 600, 600 pounds then.
It is, I'm sure.
600 pounds then.
No, we're out, sir.
Thank you. At 600 pounds, the telephone bid is out with Gordon. At 600 pounds, I'm selling online to Easy Live Auctions at 600 pounds. We're done at 600. 600 pounds is 556. Lot number 473. 420, I'm bid at 420 then, at 420 then, at 420 pounds then, at 420 then, at 420 then. All done at 420 pounds, I'm selling at 420. 420 is buyer. Oh, what buyer was that? Sorry. Very quick, aren't you? Oh no.
Was it 4734?
589 was it? Was it 589 the buyer?
589 for 440.
589. Lovely. Thank you, James. Very quick today. Lot 474. Now we're taking on the Channel Islands there. £150 is bid at 160 now. 160 there. 170, 180, 190, 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 320, 340, 340, 360, 380, 400, 420, 440, 460, 480, 500. At £500 now, 500 then. At 500, at £500 for the Channel Islands there. Copper coinage there. At £500 then. Are we any advance then? At 500. At 500. At £500. All done at £500. £500. 589 is the buyer. 475. The Hong Kong dollar there. £240 is bid. 280 is bid. At 320 now, 360, 400, 440, 480, 550 now, 600. £600 is bid. At £600 then, at 600. At 600 on Easy Live Auctions, at £600, 600, £700 is bid. At 700 then, at 700, 750 now, 750. At £750, at 750. At 750, at 750, 800, at 800, at 800. At £800 and at 800, any advance at 800, 850 now, 850, at 850, at 850, at £850, any advance then at 850. All done, I'm selling at £850 then, fair warning at 850, all done at 850. 850 is buyer 620. Lot number 476, 260's bid now, 260, at 260. At 260, 280 now on the Serum, 300 against you, Will, already. At £300 on Easy Live Auctions, at 300. At 300 then, at 300. Any advance then, I'm selling online at £300, all done at £300. £300 is buyer 606. Lot number 477, £130 is bid at 130. At 130, 140 now. 150. 150 now, 150, 150, 160, 170, 170, 180, 190 bid, 190, 190, 190, 200, at £200, at 200, at 200 then, at 200, at 200, 220 now online, at 220, any advance at 220 then, at £220 then, I'm selling at 220. Your last chance online at 220, I sell. 220. 620 is the buyer. We move on now to.
Come have a watch.
If you've not seen an auction before. That's fair enough. Lot 478, £170 is bid. At 170, at 170, at 170, 180, 190. 190, 200 now, 200 bid, 220, 220, at 220 now, 220, at £220 then, at 220, at £220 then, at 220, at 220, any advance at 220, all done and selling at £220. 220 is buyer 620. Lot number 479, and I've got competing bids at 300 and 400. You've got 440 now. 440 at £440 then, at 440, at 440, 500, 600 now. £600 is bid at 600 for the puffins and the half puffins. 650, 650 now. 650 at £650 then, at 650. Any advance then? I'm selling at £650, all done at 650. All on Easy Life. Anything from Sarah and Willie? At 650 we sell. 650 is buyer 620. Lot number 480, Panama. £260 is bid at 260 then, at 260, at 260, at 260. At 260, at 260. Any advance then? I'm selling then. Made a bid online at 260. 260 is buyer 614. 481 then. £25 is my start on commissions with me, James. £25. 30 is bid. £30 then. 35. £35. 40 bid. 40 the bid. At £40. At £40 then. At £40. At £40. 42 on Sarah. 45 against you already, Willie. At 45. At 45. It's against Sarah at £45. At 45. Sorry? 48. Thank you. 48. £48 then. At 48. At £48. We all done. 48. Selling. At £48. All done. £48.
SR 534601.
Thank you. Lot 482. 2 pence pieces there from Scotland. £22 is bid. At 22 then. At 22, any advance? 22, 5 the bid. 25 now. At 25. At 25. At £25. Any advance then? And selling then. At £25. We're done at 25.
Brilliant.
Just in time there, Willie. At 28, 30 against you now. 30 against you then. On Easy Life then at 30. At £30 then. At £30. At £30 then. All done at £30 then. At 30. £30 is buyer 611. Number 483, Scotland 1672 then, and £28 is bid. 30 with me. On commission at 30. It's my commission bid. 32, 5 with me. 35 with me. 35, 38, 40 with me. My commission bid then at £40. It's against you. Commission is out. 42 online at £42. And selling online. Easy Live Auctions there at £42. Anything from the Sarah and Will at 42. Then I'm selling at 42. £42 is 611. Lot number 484 now, Switzerland, Swiss coin there. £120 is starting at 120. 190, 190 then on Sarah at 190. At 190 on the Sarah at 190. At 190, at 190. Any advance then at 190 then. Selling then at £190. All done at 190. 190.
SR 66554. Sorry. SR 665504.
Lovely, thank you, Will. 485, World Silver, £160 is starting online at 160 then, at 160, looking for 170, at £160, at 160 then, at 160, any advance then, at £160 then, all done, and selling online at 160, 160, 572. 486, the world coinage, nearly 3 kilos there, and £25 is starting at 25 then, at 25 then. Any advance then? 28, thank you. At 28, £30 is bid, £30 then, at 30, at £30. Any advance then? At 32, 35, against you, Will. At 35 then, at 35, at 35, at 35, at £35, 38 then, 38, 40 against you now, Will. At £40, at £40, at 40. Any advance? 42, 45 against you, Will. At 45. It's against the Sarah, £45, 48 then, 50 the bid, £50 at 50, at £50. You bidding? At £50 then, I'm selling. 55 then, 55, 60 then, 60, at £60 then, at 60, at £60 then, are we all done at £60 then? I'm selling then at £60, all done at 60, £60 then is 523. Lot number 487 then, the coin cases there, £10 is bid, at £10 then, at 10, any advance then at £10 for the coin cases, at £10 then, at 10, any advance then, selling then at £10. £10 is buyer 596. Lot 488, similar again then, £10 is bid then, at £10, at 10, any advance then for the cases there at 10, All done. 10, 15 is bid now. 15 then at £15 on Easy Live then at £15. 20 is bid now. 20 bid at £20 then at 20. All done and selling at 20. 25, I'll take that at 25 then, at 25. Last chance now, selling then on Easy Live at 25. £25 is buy at 596. Lot 489, £10 is bid then, straight in at 10. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then online, it's made a bid online at £10. £15 is bid at 15 then, at 15. At £15, at 15. All done. At £15 we sell. 15 is 596. Lot 590 now, £18 is starting at 18. At 18 for the coin trays there, 20's bid, £20 is bid, 22 now, 22. At 22 then, at £22, at 22, 25, 25, £25, 28 then, at 28 then, 28. Selling online on Easy Live Auctions at 30, at £30 then, at 30, 32, 32. All online, 32, 5. Serum, are they coming in? At 35, at 35, 38 bid, 38, 38, at 38, £40. £40 for the coin trays there at £40 then, at £40, 42 now, 42, at 45, at 45, at 45, 45, at £45 then. Last chance, at £45 I'm selling. £45 is buyer 640. Lot number 491, the trays then, £10 is bid online at £10 then, at £10, at 10, at 10, 15, 20's bid, 22, 22, 22, 25, 25, 25 then, 25, 28 then, 28, 30's bid now, £30, £30, anything from the room, there's a lot of people in the room, 32 then, at 32, at 32, at 32, all hands on their seats, at 38 then, 40, at £40 then, selling at 42 now, 42, at £42, 45, £45, 45, all done at 45, 48 bid, 48 then, at 48, 50 the bid, 5 bid, 55, at £55, £65 bid, at 70 bid now, £70 then at 70, any advance then at 70, at £70 then, 5 bid, 75 now, 75 then, at 75 then, at 75, at £75, at 75, at 75, all done at £75, £75, 616. Final lot of today now is lot 492, and we have a bid of £120 at 120, at £120 then for the banknotes there, at 120, at 120, at 120, at 120. Any advance then at £120 then. I'm selling to Easy Live Auctions at £120, and that's buyer 550. And that concludes our white glove sale. Hopefully we can get one in November.
Yeah, well, as auctioneers, Gareth will tell you how hard it is to have a white glove sale. My last one was 2014 was the last one that I was involved in. So to be able to give this to Gareth, our leader...
It's not just me,
It's
Will
not,
and
it's not, it isn't. I was going to say that it actually belongs to all of this amazing team of people that work at Royal and Bassett Auction Rooms. So this belongs to all of us. It's a part of it. But we are going to give it to our leader. Well done. There we go.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hopefully we can do one in November when we have a single owner sale.
We can all have a finger in.
I was just about to say, yeah, well, can't all the big fingers
Let's have a photo. Holding them up.
on the rostrum.
Yeah, hold gloves.
Gavel, no gavel.
Yeah, gavel. That one. No, Derek. There you go. Lovely. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done, guys.
Mark.